Christianic CYInterview covering Las Vegas and the world. Today we welcome on actress, reality star, podcaster, and everything else of entertainment, the one, the only Melyssa Ford. Miss Ford, thanks so much for being on CYInterview today. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. So just to begin, how did it feel to do this movie?
This movie was fantastic. I didn't let my agent tell me anything about it. She just sent me the script and said, this production company is very interested in you for a role. I said, send the script immediately. And so I read the name Hunting Housewives, and I was like, what? And so I read the script, I think inside of 2 hours. I could not put it down. It was so good. I hit my agent back. I said, where do I have to audition? What's happening? I need this role. I want it. Tell them yes, 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 and yes. And it just ended up that it was filming in my hometown of Toronto. Well, on the outskirts of Toronto, but I'm originally from Toronto, Canada.
Yeah.
That just made it even great. I was able to see friends and family while we filmed. And I mean, the experience was just fantastic. Brainpower, the production company, my cast, Denise, Nini, Kim, our director, Marco, it was just so great. I can't speak highly enough about the whole experience.
Well, I think most people think of you first, of course, as a model, a pinup girl, reality star, but you've done a lot of acting in your career. So what does it always feel like when you get to do the acting portion?
It feels validating, honestly.
I imagine.
Beauty is very well, congratulations on your face, but that's, God, genetics, and your parents kind of thing. You know what I mean? So it always feels, there's always a sense of kind of imposter syndrome that kind of permeates around you when it comes to people just kind of congratulating you on that aspect of your career. At least speaking, personally. But for when it comes to acting, there's just more of a sense of validation there. Somebody recognized your talent. They saw it. They liked it. They invited you back. They wanted to see more of you. They trusted you with the material. Because really, honestly, acting starts off as just words on paper kind of thing. And it's all up to you and your interpretation of those words to make it amazing. So it just, I love it. I really, really, I'm having the best time of my life, acting. And the fact that it's a Lifetime movie, holy cow. I'm so over the moon.
We'll get back to that in a minute, but I just want to kind of segue for a minute because I had something I was going to mention later in the CYInterview, but we're going to just touch on it now. I've always thought you were a person of substance, someone who likes reading books, being in the know about current events. Do you feel like you've never gotten credit for who you are as a person because the surface has been focused on way too much? I've always thought that.
Yes, but I think that happens with, pretty women. I think that's the curse, the gift and the curse. I think that's part of the curse that people talk about is that people want you to be who they want you to be. And if they want to see you as, in a one-dimensional manner, and they're like, I don't want to know anything else about you. I want to see what I see, and I want to know that much about you. But anything else will just kind of make my circuits start to fray and whatnot. So you don't really get, I guess, validated for being or acknowledged for being a fully formed human being, 3-dimensional with, other really wonderful things about you other than just the surface.
You have a lot of other wonderful things about you, and I think that's unfortunately what a lot of people have missed over your career, unfortunately. Because I love talking with you about current events and social issues. I mean, to me, that would be more interesting, obviously. So, just getting back to it and moving forward, a lot of suspense in this Lifetime movie. Thoughts? Not your normal Lifetime movie.
I know. That was what me and the girls were talking about, is that Lifetime just kind of seems to be venturing in a different direction. This is a comedy, but it is also very suspenseful. There's a lot of action that takes place in it. And I think that, I love it. I love the fact that this is not a typical Lifetime movie. And I love the fact that I'm getting to participate in something that is, outside of the box that they usually kind of like operate in. I'm so excited to see what their, what their diehard audience, thinks and feels about this film.
So tell me about what it was like to work with Denise Richards, Nene Leakes, and Kim Johnson on this picture.
A dream come true. Honestly, I would say that the majority of my scenes are with Denise. And Denise Richards is incredible. She is one of the most generous, like down to earth, real people I've ever met. She's wildly funny. She's unapologetic. I just like her so much. Me and her and Kim were talking yesterday about just like the instant kind of communicate, like, chemistry that we had on set. It was really, 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 really fantastic. Nene, I've met Nene several times outside of the movie.
No surprise.
Yeah, and she's just amazing. She's Nene Leakes, like she's an adjective and a verb all at the same time. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to film with her. Kim filmed with her because a lot of her scenes are, their scenes are done together. So I didn't get a chance to film with her. I was really looking forward to it, but I know her outside of the film, and she's just an amazing human being. But I can't say enough about.
Well, speaking about the acting, you had mentioned on the Joe Budden podcast, you're going after this media to run to film another movie, Lifetime, something else. What can you tell me?
Well, it is a thriller. It's not a comedy at all. It's a thriller. And, God, I don't know how much I can actually say about it, other than it films in Canada again. So that's fantastic. I'm filming for 3 weeks. I was talking to my stunt coordinator. So there is action sequences that I'm going to be participating in. And I'm really looking forward to it because the character that I'm playing is so far removed from anything. Like, she's a musician. I can't play anything. She's a singer. I sing in the shower, and that's the only place you'll ever hear me singing. So I will literally be acting like a singer and a performer. So I'm really looking forward to that challenge. I think that's all I can say.
Well, I think what we should note about, if anyone has followed your career, I'm going to sum it up in this way. You're an absolute survivor. There's just no denying it that you are an absolute survivor through everything you've been through. Obviously, the traumatic car crash a few years ago, your mother passed away a couple of years ago, your friend Daisy from Blood, Sweat, and Heels passed away a couple of years ago. But through it all, you're on a podcast with more than 1 million subscribers. You're in this Lifetime movie. You're everywhere still doing it. And I just wonder, like, what has motivated you all these years to keep going in spite of it all, in spite of all of the negativity, in spite of all of the challenges that you have gone through?
Having very supportive friends really does work. Therapy works as well. And then just also feeling like, when my friend Daisy passed away, she passed away at the age of 36 from a very curable form of cancer, but I guess it just had metastasized, and she didn't really tell anybody that had happened and that her time was so limited. And I went to her funeral, and just the celebration of her life was so enormous. Like, the church had 2 levels, and it was filled, and the line of people that wanted to get up.
Do you ever think that you will write a book about your life, because you absolutely have an original story?
Yes. I'm actually in the process of figuring out what the outline would be. I've struggled with this a lot because, I think a lot of people feel like when somebody writes a book, there's got to be some salacious tell-all aspect to it. And I am not comfortable with that at all. There's certain things about my life that I feel like are private, and I don't want to put them in a book because they're not meant for public consumption. But I do feel like there's aspects of my life and my story that can benefit a lot of other people. Just my experience with grief after having lost my mother. I lost my father when I was 16 years old. So the grief was very different as a teenager and then as a grown woman. So I feel like I have a lot of experiences because I journaled a lot during that time, writing my thoughts and writing my feelings and emotions and processing and, going through therapy. Also the experience of my car accident and, just the concept of, who you were before a traumatic event and who you are after, and the whole mourning process um, of who you had to let go of being and who you have to become in order to keep on moving forward. I think that these are extremely valuable lessons about the human experience that I have very, very, very recent practical experience with, that I can share with people. So I feel like my book would just really be like a tale of perseverance through the most extreme circumstances.
I agree. Four more for you. What is your advice to young women these days? I feel like a lot can be learned from you.
Yeah, I was having a conversation with somebody the other day, and most people think that the young learn from the older or the old, but every once in a while, it's the reverse. And what I am learning from this younger generation of women is self-advocacy, because they are not having it. They will not be inconvenienced for anything. So they do a whole lot of boundary setting and self-advocacy that has been very, very difficult for me to learn. So that's one thing I'm learning from them. But for them to learn from me, what advice that I can give them is, my mind just got flooded with a bunch of stuff, like take care of yourself kind of thing. I don't know, just breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth. That's my answer for everything, honestly, and that's really my answer for everything, is breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth. Therapy is a necessity. It's as necessary as being in the gym. Health is wealth. All of these kind of cliches that the older that you get, the more you realize they're more than cliches. They're actually they're like the functions of like a life well lived. So that would be what I'd have to tell them.
I agree with you. So, speaking about the younger generation of Hollywood, you really seem to be inspired by what Zendaya is doing in Hollywood. Do you relate to her thoughts? You've said some great things about her on the Joe Budden podcast.
Zendaya is a one of one. She is just such a spectacular young woman. Her talent is undeniable. I mean, wow. But just her grace and composure, her sense of dignity, just she is amazing. Like, she is just amazing. She's so I'm the cliche of like mature beyond her years definitely applies. She's like a wonder. You know what I mean? Like, her I'll give it to her parents, and because if that was their doing, they raised an exceptional human being. I won't even say woman, just a exceptional human being. And I'm just looking forward to seeing like just everything that she's got to give to humanity, to the acting industry, to entertainment, and then just the legacy that she's creating for herself, and that she's going to leave. She's spectacular. I just love her.
Oh, I agree. So, three more. I didn't start watching the Joe Budden podcast till you started being on there, and I always enjoy your opinions. I just wonder what it's like for you to navigate these, 2.5 to 3 hours every week with these men. I think sometimes they talk over you, or sometimes I feel like you're marginalized, and I don't think it's fair. Do you ever feel like, you've been through so much in your life, so maybe you're just used to dealing with that kind of stuff, but I feel like sometimes that you're not given the full chance to truly express what you feel. Do you feel that sometimes?
I think that, when I came onto Joe's podcast, I felt like there was going to be some people that regarded me as like an interloper, and that I didn't really belong, because it's a dude cast, and some people just kind of got used to it being that it's a dude cast. Sometimes they have women on, but for the most part, it's just about men and their sense of kind of community and bonding and the locker room talk, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But having a woman on consistently does add an aspect to the show that, you know, just can't be achieved with just like a bunch of guys. And I think that, you know, naturally men walk through the world like there's a wake in front of them, because the world is structured for men. That's what patriarchy is. And so men don't naturally defer to women because the world doesn't teach them that that's what they have to do or that they even should do. And so by me being on the show and me being a woman who has, you know, who's lived an extraordinary life and who has an enormous amount of life experience to
Absolutely.
pull from, and you know, she's saucy, and you know, she's got her own opinion, you know, she got strong opinions and strong convictions and strong takes on things. I think that it's, you know, it has been a social experiment. It's been an experience for everybody to kind of, you know, learn from. I will say I think that they are getting a lot better at, you know, saying, well, Mel, what do you think? Let's hear what you have to say on this situation. And I appreciate them for it. Growth wherever we could take it.
Oh, I agree. So, you know, I'm a big believer in love, Miss Ford. I've traveled across the world for love. True story. Do you think you'll ever get married someday, or is it just being with someone to have positive and fulfilling times for you at this point? Like, what are you? How's it going? Are you happy?
I am happy. I am very happy. Just, you know, the life that I've made for myself. I'm very, very happy. You know, I'm a homeowner.
Yep.
I run a successful business. I'm being booked for movies right now. So I'm being validated in so many aspects of my life that I've worked really, really hard for. You know, these are really, like, you know, moments that are very fulfilling. But love is a completely different thing. And I'd love to find my person, but I will not just take a relationship for the sake of just being in one. I'm too happy on my own, and my life is too full. You know, so unless I find the person that complements my life and vice versa, where we just kind of blend with ease, I'm not going to force things. I will travel for love. I will travel to go find.
I've traveled to Africa for love.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Hey, I've been planning some trips with a girlfriend to go to Ghana, so cross your fingers. Maybe it might.
Mauritius and Kenya here over this way. I don't know if you've been to either, but Malindi, Kenya, Watamu, Kenya, beach resort town, very much kind of like Key West, Florida. Look it up. I think you'll find it's amazing if you've never heard of it before. So
I definitely will. I'm planning to travel the entire year of my 50th year, which is like a few years from now. So I am literally going to pack up all of my things into storage. And you know, the house that I bought, it's an investment house, so I don't live in there. And I'm just going to travel like for the entire year, very much on some Eat, Pray, Love vibes.
I look forward to seeing all the stories on your Instagram. There's no denying that. So finally, Melyssa Ford, thank you so much for joining us. Hunting Housewives this Saturday, Lifetime, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. CYInterviews, though we cover things worldwide, presidential candidates, Hollywood, everything. We are Las Vegas's fastest growing media outlet. So any stories while you've been here in Las Vegas, I'd love to hear them. Anything you can share.
Hey, listen, I'll say something. What goes on in Vegas stays in Vegas, honey. It would stay that way.
Crazy parties, I imagine, with the likes of Floyd Mayweather and other people, no?
Oof. Yeah. All-Star weekend, concerts, and just Vegas. Just Vegas on its own is wow.
Well, I live right here to the west, and you can literally see the Bellagio from my kitchen window, basically right here where we're doing this from our studios today in my home. So thank you, Melyssa Ford. I wanted to have you on CYInterview for many years, and thanks so much for joining us. I wish you the best. And just in closing, you are a survivor. We should give you an award for that. You have kept going, and you are an inspiration. So I really do hope you write a book one day, though, because I think what you've gone through in the last 10 years, most people would not be able to bounce back from. They wouldn't be in a Lifetime movie. They wouldn't be on a podcast with over 1 million people, and they wouldn't still be one of the, you know, relevant voices in entertainment media, which you are today. So you should be very proud of yourself.
Thank you very much. I that. I really appreciate appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
Some of us do realize it, Ms. Ford. Thank you so much for being on CYInterview today.
Okay. All right. Take care. Bye.
This is Chris Shandek for CYInterview. Last month, the South African feature film Death of a Whistleblower debuted at the Toronto International Film Festival. The film's lead is actress Noxolo Dlamini. She recently joined us on CYInterview to talk about the lead role in the film, her acting career overall, and visiting Las Vegas. Here is that CYInterview. Festival. Noxolo, it's so great to have you on today, known for a few things from Netflix, of course, Jiva, and the Netflix movie I Number Josie Gold. Thanks so much for joining us today. How are you?
Thanks for having me, Chris. I'm well, thanks. How are you?
I'm great. Of course, she hails from South Africa. She's currently in South Africa. Before we just get into everything else, what should people know about South Africa who have never visited, or what should they know in general?
It's a very warm country, warm in the sense that it's quite hot, but also the people are very warm. I think we're very popular for that. We're very welcoming of people we don't know, and we're just so full of culture. You know, we have so many different traditions within our country, along with many different languages, and we're very happy to share that, and we're very happy to teach people a lot about who we are and our history. And yeah, I think we're just a very warm nation.
So just to begin, before we talk about the whistleblower, why did you want to be an actress?
I don't know. I think I kind of just knew that this is something I want to do. I think one thing I can say about it right now is that I get to express myself a lot more, and I appreciate that, because it's not something you can do in your daily life. But also, I think being able to kind of understand and learn and empathize with other people, and just how their lives work, and just human experiences that I probably on my own would never ever experience. So I like to think I'm an empathetic person. Therefore, I think that's why I kind of enjoy it. And I like to feel, I like to feel.
So speaking about the thrower, the whistleblower taking place in South Africa, your home country, you play an investigative journalist. What was this role like for you, and tell us about the film?
Luyanda is very, I want to say she's very fun to play, in that she's very confident and outspoken and very smart. And I think the one thing that I really appreciate about her is how she's so okay to kind of speak the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it is. She's the kind of girl that calls a spade a spade. How can I explain this? It's how they used to in South Africa, but also in many other countries, war-torn countries, how they used to use chemical warfare to kind of get to people. And in South Africa, it was a lot of the time it was to get to the people who were in the opposing countries and opposing parties, but also what we call in South Africa the active freedom fighters, and just how to get to them without getting to them, how they would send help. They'd send aid in the form of corrugated iron, blankets, food, but in it was all laced with drugs or chemicals that were very harmful to the DNA. And unfortunately, it would pass on to the generations to come. And that's what they were trying to do, to kind of wipe out the people. And what Luyanda is she carries on the story that her friend had started, because unfortunately he gets he's assassinated for obviously trying to expose the government and the things that they're doing. And Luyanda, being the kind of journalist that really, as much as she wants to tell the truth, a lot of the time it's because she wants to be known to be a good journalist, or the greatest journalist. So it's really about her ego, until she takes on the story and she starts to realize that this is beyond who she is. It's beyond being an egotistical journalist, but more about actually getting the story out. And we kind of follow the story when she finds the story of Emma Lowe. And if I tell you any more, I would definitely be spoiling the story for you. So
Understand. Well, I'm just going to say, obviously, this is your first lead role. So what is it like to be the lead role in The Whistleblower? What is that like for you? It's the first time around. What kind of achievements is it for you? So
it's my first lead role in a feature film, which
yes, exactly.
I'm very proud of. I'm super proud of. It's I want to say it's a lot of pressure, but I think it's the kind of pressure you expect, especially if you want to play a lead role. And I like to believe I'm a brave person, so I think I kind of handled the pressure well. I try to understand the story as best as possible, and especially the subject that we're tackling in the film. But I absolutely enjoyed it. I love playing the lead in Death. I enjoyed every part of the lesson because it was such a huge lesson. Ian really taught me a lot in this film. So yeah, it was a pleasure and an honor, to be quite honest.
So what do you want people to take away from this film?
I think firstly it's educating people on the things that go on around us, and the fact that much as the truth is scary, it does need to come to light. And I think also to inspire people to not be afraid to speak the truth. As scary as it is, but to be brave enough to actually stand up and tell the truth, but also for those who see others telling the truth to actually stand with them and to not turn a blind eye.
I agree with you 100%. So moving forward, I read some interesting stuff about you. We always like to do the research before we have someone on. Love the film, by the way. It's one of the best things I've watched in years. Truly couldn't stop watching it. Really enjoyed your role and really enjoyed the film. You speak 4 languages, I believe. Tell me about that. Is that true?
3.
Okay, so that was wrong.
Yeah, no, I do. I wish I could say 4. The 4th one would be Spanish, but I don't know it yet. So maybe in the next year it will be 4. But now it really is just English, isiZulu, Sesotho, and a little bit of Setswana, but that's a lot like Sesotho, so I can't really claim that. But yeah, sorry to disappoint you guys. It's only 3.
It's only 3 languages. See, this is why we ask these questions. So, moving forward, the question I have for you is that what's in your future like? What are your career ambitions? Do you want to come to Hollywood? Are you more interested in continuing to pursue international films and things abroad? Like, what is in your ambitions?
I really believe if the universe and God want me to be abroad, that's exactly where I'm going to be. I obviously am working towards that. Want that for myself, but you know how I'm just really here to fulfill my purpose. Whatever my purpose is, whatever feels right, I believe is what I'm going to go into and move towards. But I definitely am working towards international. Like if I get to Hollywood, I'm in Hollywood. That'd be absolutely phenomenal. But yeah, so many things. There's so many things in life that I think come about. I started writing recently, which I never ever thought I'd ever do. And I'm thinking maybe one day we'll be producing. I don't know. The possibilities are endless. We'll see how I'm feeling.
I hear you. I agree with you. Here today in show business, whether you're in Hollywood or abroad, everybody's got to do everything in front of the camera, behind the camera. You got to learn everything today. So you got to be multifaceted. This is just what show business is today. That's very true. So moving forward on that, I want to talk with you, of course, just reflecting back. What do you reflect back first on Jiva on Netflix? Obviously, people always love to talk with you about that, I'm sure. What do you reflect back on?
I think the biggest thing is it was my first lead role on television. I come from a theater background, so I've played lead in theater before, so I understand the pressure and the responsibility, but this was the first time I played a lead, and it was in a series, and it was a lot of what I was doing was foreign to me. But what I really learned on Jiva was to own my light and to own my moment and to own my because I think when I started there, I really did have the pressure, or started feeling a bit like, am I where I'm supposed to be, you know? And I was belong, but the journey got me from there to, at the end of it, I was just like, this is exactly where I'm supposed to be. It wasn't a mistake that I'm there. And everywhere that I know I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. And I own my space, and I own my moment, and I own my light. And I know that I have the capabilities. I know I've got the skills, and I know I've got the talent, you know? So it's just a matter of showing up and doing what I need to do.
No denying that. So two last things for you. CYInterview is based here in Las Vegas. I know you've traveled a bunch of places. Have you ever been to Las Vegas? Is Las Vegas on your bucket list? Love to know what your thoughts are on that.
I have been to Vegas, actually. It wasn't a long stay. I didn't do much. I did take dance classes, though. I remember that. I took some dance classes. I did. I definitely took dance classes, and I took my first acting for camera classes. So just when I was finishing theater, it was 2018. Wow. I had just finished doing The Lion King, and I was in Vegas for about 5 weeks, and I was doing acting for camera classes. I was doing dance classes, and I was getting really hot and sweaty because it's so hot. So it was really amazing. And then we drove to the Grand Canyon, and then we came back. So it was great.
Did you get to go to the Las Vegas Strip or see any of the resorts while you were here?
I did. Well, I didn't go to any of the resorts, but I did definitely go to the Strip.
You walked outside on the boulevard.
Yeah, I have to. I mean, you can't be there and not do it. Yeah. So I definitely did that. I'm not much of a casino gal, so I would walk through, but I don't gamble, so I don't do any of that.
Well, the thing that I always tell people is that's just part of it. I mean, we have more live entertainment probably going on every night than any other city in America. I mean, world. I mean, there are so many talented people in dance and music and acting and comedy that perform here every night for people across the world in Las Vegas. So, you know, if you're an artistic person like you, an actress, a creative person, this is a great place to come see shows, I mean, cast members, things like that. So, you know, that's why we're here, among other reasons. Final question for you. Where did you grow up in South Africa? Where are you currently? And tell me about what is it like to be in movies that show off your country?
So I am from Soweto, a place called Soweto. It's a town. I'm from Shawela in Soweto. I grew up there. I'm still there. My family is there. Also, it's very convenient because it's Johannesburg. I love telling stories about my country. I love telling stories about our history and just who we are as a nation, our talents, our skills. I'm proud of us, and I know slowly but surely we're going to get to where we want to get to, but yeah.
Noxolo, thank you so much for joining us on CYInterview. Love that you've been here before, and hope you come back one day. And then thank you so much for being on with us. And I wish you the best. And I hope this movie gets on Netflix or another streaming platform because it's phenomenal. Everybody needs to see it. It's really, you know, about searching for the truth, which is very important today in the world that we're in with so much polarization going on.
Indeed. Thank you, Chris. Thank you so much for having me.
Chris Shandik, CYInterview, covering Las Vegas and the world. Today we welcome actress Larissa Diaz. She is in the upcoming Lifetime movie Yoga Teacher Killer, the Caitlin Armstrong story. It debuts this coming Saturday night, June 15th. Larissa, thank you for joining us on CYInterview today. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So let's just begin before we talk about the movie. Why did you want to be an actress?
Oh gosh, that goes back a long time now. I started as a kid, but not professionally. I did theater growing up and then ended up going to university. And during my college years, I found that I could do this as like a career. And I haven't looked back since. So it's just the thing that ignites me. You know, people sometimes don't find that in life. And I think when you do, you have to go with where that feeling goes. And that's what I did.
Did you study acting, or were
I
you
did.
just like a method actor?
Primarily method, but then I did study at a lot of different studios around North America. And I ended up also taking some classes in South America and like UK. So I've studied like with various different teachers and different methods, but you know, I think it's definitely something that comes naturally to me. But I needed to hone in on the skill sets that are required to do this job as a career.
Makes sense. So tell me about the upcoming Lifetime film that is based on a true story.
Well, yeah, so this film unfortunately was a very tragic story about I would just describe it as a jealous woman who ended up allowing her emotions to get the best of her and murdering an innocent victim. And that's who I played. I played Mariah Wilson, and she was innocent in this situation, not knowing what was actually about to unfold in her path. She was an ambitious cyclist who had a promising career and future, and that was drastically taken away from her.
Yeah, so in Yoga Teacher Killer, you end up playing that competitive cyclist and the other woman in a love triangle. Tell me about, was there any kind of special preparation for this role? And tell me about what was like playing this role.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you play a real life person, there comes a sense of respect and responsibility. And so I made sure that I, researched as much as I could about Mariah, her story, her friends, her family. She has a bit of presence on the internet still. But obviously, I think out of respect for her life, a lot of, personal things were taken down. So, sometimes when people play like Freddie Mercury or whatever, they can look up videos and kind of explore their mannerisms. I had less of that to go off of, but I did as much as I could. And then also just researching her background, where she came from, her motivations, her ambitions, to really sort of create more of a rounded character. And again, it was interesting playing this because she had no idea what was coming. So it's interesting when you as an actor, what's about to unfold, but the character does not. So that has to work in tandem. And that was not the struggle, but, made me as an actor really stay present in the moment for every situation and scene in this movie, leading up to, obviously, the events that unfolded.
Do roles like this one affect you on any kind of emotional basis?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I can walk away from it when I'm offset. It does affect my mood, though. Like I said, I'm quite method when it comes to my work. But on set, yes, definitely. I felt for her very much, and every scene was pretty charged in that way. But I had to find the levity because she did, she was starting to fall in love, and there's so much joy that comes from that too. So I definitely had to make sure that I found that in her as well.
Yeah, I feel like this film could be considered an example of controlling in very toxic relationships. Thoughts?
Oh, definitely. I mean, as I said in other previous interviews, I think it's just one of those things that you really can't explain. You really can't rationalize this kind of behavior that Caitlin presented. It doesn't make sense. And I think it comes down to, the phrase hurt people. And, she was obviously insecure, and I don't know, I think that something just got a hold of her emotions, and Mariah was just an innocent victim in the way of this person that had no, macro view of her situation.
Do you think people who look for true crime stories will enjoy this one?
Definitely. It's always tough. It's tough saying, like, we'll enjoy this because, this is someone's life, but I think it definitely teaches people to think twice about their actions and just be aware of the people around them, and just really try and understand people's motivations and where they're coming from. But yeah, definitely true crime lovers will appreciate this one for sure.
So tell me what it was like to film Yoga Teacher Killer overall with this cast.
Yeah, I mean, most of my scenes were done with Kyle, but Katie and Cal were awesome. They're obviously a real life couple, and so that was the first time for me as well, working with a real life couple where my character was supposed to be this love triangle, and so kind of approaching a real life couple being like, hi, I'm the person that's getting in the middle of you guys as a character, but really trying to like make them understand that was not my intention as an actor on set. So establishing that relationship with the three of us was really important for me. But like I said, most of my scenes were with Kyle, so he was great. He was always cracking a joke. Our chemistry was right off the top. It was great. So I think we made each other feel very comfortable. And, these films they're a sprint. Like, they're done in under 3 weeks. So it's definitely a testament to the actors and the crew and the producers' talent to be able to complete something like this.
Hopefully we'll get to see you in some more Lifetime projects upcoming.
Yes, definitely.
So let me just ask you, during your career in show business, you've also had an opportunity to do a lot of voiceover work. Tell me about that.
Yeah, the voiceover work has been such a blessing. It was something that, came to me during COVID. I was lucky enough to be cast as the lead on a show called Supernatural Academy for Peacock. I unfortunately only did a season of that because the show ended up getting not picked up for another season. But from that, I parlayed it into getting cast into the lead of Lego Dreams. And I've been on that for about 3 years now, and hopefully more. Ninjago was a really successful animation for them. I think they're going on season 13. And, everyone that I speak to about Lego Dreams kind of says the same thing. They're like really very excited about the storyline, and, the chemistry with the cast is amazing. And I'm so, so thankful to be in that world. It's just so fun. You're just like a bunch of adults and sometimes kids just being kids again in a studio. There's really no ego. Everyone's just there to have fun. And it's great. I love it so much. Yeah.
What else do you still want to accomplish in your career in show business?
Oh gosh, that is such a big question. I'd love to get an Oscar. I'd love to work on some independent films. And I would really, really love to produce. I'm getting into that now. I've produced 3 short films now. Currently developing a script at the moment, which will be shot probably at the end of July. And I'm actually getting a master's in producing from NYU at the moment. So definitely a lot more to go. Definitely a lot of milestones left in my career, hopefully.
So for our audience, what would producing actually entail for people who wonder, in this day and age in show business in Hollywood, really people are doing everything now. They're working on their own projects. They're acting in front of the screen. They're doing other things in between. Some people are starting their own entertainment companies and managing other people who are stars on the rise. Like, what does producing look like?
Yeah, for me, obviously there's various types of producing, but I really have a passion for creative producing. You know, I want to be involved in a project from like inception to execution. Um, I think my background in obviously theater and film and TV bring a lot to that process. When it comes to development, you know, I want to be able to find stories and develop them into scripts with writers and then bring them onto, you know, the financing with either a studio or independent money and create something that everyone's really proud of to be a part of.
Makes sense. What do you want people to know about you that we don't?
Oh gosh. That's a good question. I think I want them to know my heart and my intelligence. I want people to walk away with feeling seen and, you know, that I bring more to the table than just looks or just a character. That I'm a true, you know, collaborator. And, you know, my background is interesting. I come all the way from Brazil. I speak fluent Portuguese. I moved to Canada. I immigrated with my parents when I was younger. So I've definitely lived quite an interesting life. And I want to be able to explore that in my personal life and my professional life.
Can you tell us a little bit about your growing up in Brazil? Did you do arts when you were in Brazil before you moved to Canada? Like, when did it begin for you?
Oh, from the beginning. Yeah, I was always drawing and painting. I was putting up, you know, little plays for my parents. I'm an only child, but I come from a family of like 20 cousins. So family gatherings were always very interesting in that way because we were always putting on a show for people. But like I said, I come from a family of, you know, doctors and lawyers in Brazil. And I'm pretty much the only one that decided to go the art route. And I, you know, a few years ago, I was like, where did that come from? And I found out that an uncle of mine was actually in like a traveling theater. And, you know, I think there's definitely that blood in my family. It was just on another side that I wasn't as close with. So, yeah, that was kind of my background into it.
Interesting story. Final question for you. CYInterview, though, covers celebrities, Hollywood. We've had on many of the greatest stars, over 1,000 celebrities and newsmakers, and more than a 15-year existence. CYInterview is based here in Las Vegas. Any stories about Las Vegas? Have you been here? Let us know.
Yes, I definitely have. You know, it's funny you say that because I hadn't been to Las Vegas since this past September. So that was my first time. Me and my friends were actually the plan was to go to Utah. And that unfortunately fell through because of work. And so we all had to get back to LA quickly. And we were like, you know what, let's just go to Vegas still. So we go. And it was definitely one of those stories where we had nothing planned. We just had the hotel. We stayed at the Caesars.
Caesar's Palace, yes.
Yeah, we stayed there. That was quite the experience and just had a really good 2 nights. And I think it was good. It was packed. We had the pool parties. We went to a few shows. We ate a lot of good food. So I definitely had like the Vegas experience, but it's definitely a city that I always I needed to see, I needed to experience, and maybe I'll go back to it soon. But it was definitely packed. It was filled with a lot of memories that were created for sure.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll have you back here at some point. Listen, you know, Vegas, for the artistic people, there's no city in the world where there's so much live entertainment going on every single night.
Mm-hmm.
Real performers, dancers, singers, actors, comedians, you name it, Vegas has it. So Larissa Diaz, thank you so much for joining us today on CYInterview. Yoga Teacher Killer, the Caitlin Armstrong story, debuts this coming Saturday night, June 15th. Thank you so much for being with us on CYInterview. Anything you want to add in closing?
No, I'm good. Thank you so much for having me.
Chris Yandeck, CYInterview, covering Las Vegas and the world. Today we welcome back comedian Michele Traina She's back here with us to talk about her special Divorce Diaries, which is currently on Amazon Prime Video. Michele can be seen in various comedy venues across the United States of America and has performed here in Las Vegas. Michele, thanks so much for joining us again today on CYInterview. How are you?
I am so excited to be back, Chris. I'm like fixing my hair because I just hopped out of the shower in true Divorce Diaries fashion. I'm always running late. I'm very excited to talk to you guys about what's going on with the show.
Yeah, well, so here's what I'm going to ask you. Why don't you tell me about your new, there's a couple of them, but tell me about your new comedy special, Divorce Diaries, which people can see now on Amazon Prime Video, which is really, I believe, a fiction, nonfiction story of your life, correct?
Yes. So there's two parts of Divorce Diaries. There is the touring comedy show. That's me talking about my life, kind of like Seinfeld, where Seinfeld does his bits. And there's also the television show. That's what I have. So if you go onto Prime Video and you can see now my live comedy special, Michele, Traina, Divorce Diaries. And you could also see the pilot, the TV pilot, Divorce Diaries, which is like a mockumentary. And it's about the characters that I talk about in my material. And it's been a vision of mine since I started the inception of the show, where it would be a TV show. And, I've been a performer since I was a kid. So this is kind of like the next part of my journey in getting a television show and hoping that, when the right person comes along to open that door, it's a full season.
I think it can be a full season. So just to begin, your special really captures how hard it is to find balance as a single mother. You have a job as an educator, you have a daughter, obviously, you're trying to build a comedy career, you're trying to find love. Tell me about what that's like.
Well, I'm living and breathing it all the time. And I think a lot of not only just parents in general are always living and breathing, juggling a lot of things. And as a single parent, especially one who's trying to really make her career goals as an entertainer, it is very difficult because you got to juggle your schedule in the comedy world. They require to be at the clubs. They require to be available on the weeknights. And in the single mom world, you are the only available person to be available at night on the weeknight. So juggling it is hard. And in the show, I was a theater teacher at a school district for years, and I was juggling all of it. And it was almost like the stuff I would experience in the classroom with my students and with the administrators was fuel for being on stage. And also it reflected a lot of stuff that I had to work on for myself: self-love, confidence, sticking up for the underdog.
I can understand that. So why don't you tell me, the reality of what it comes down to is that, this special is kind of based on your life. So, I think the most important thing people can realize is that, when you have real responsibilities, but you still want to have dreams, that really the most important thing is to not be a quitter and have a can-do attitude. You absolutely have a can-do attitude. I've seen you in action. So tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think the can-do attitude is the better of the two routes of then I can't, because when you say I can't do something, you're already limiting yourself. I took dance classes from the time I was 7 years old till adult, and I always wanted to perform. And when I decided to go into it as a career, I knew it's not an easy road because you're constantly dealing with a lot of rejection, and you have to battle your own insecurities to continue putting yourself in the game. But I wouldn't want to be doing anything else. So I said to myself, there's other opportunities for you to make money as a performer. You can teach theater and be a performer in the classroom with your students, which I have a whole nother love for, because kids and adults learn, grow, and heal through the arts, role play, music, movement. I mean, it's how most of us manipulate our life and feel good about ourselves, right? So, and then when I decided to kind of take things into my own hand and create performance opportunities for myself, that I can attitude was like, see, I can do it. I don't have to just be auditioning. I can create other opportunities where I am booking myself in spaces. And also comedy specifically was a way that I get through my anxiety. So on a day-to-day basis, when I'm having anxiety, and I can go to a stand-up room or I can perform, I'm also not only part of my job, but it's helping me as a person. So the I can attitude stems from, this is how I move through the universe, and I wouldn't want to choose another path.
Tell me about the important work you do with kids.
So I started teaching theater when I was in my mid-20s, and when I realized how theater can really help kids learn, grow, and heal is what got me excited about the power that I could have in helping kids, because that helping people actually serves a bigger purpose, I think, in the universe. And when you can make somebody feel good about themselves, it takes on a whole nother light. So when I had my daughter, I was 30, and I had her, she was a healthy baby. And then a year after, she wasn't talking. And I had started a theater company for children, and I was performing, and she wasn't talking. I brought her to a developmental therapist, and she had a whole bunch of tests. She had to go through early intervention services and get special services to get to the place where she needed to be. So I decided to make my theater company dedicated for very young audiences, specifically for children with or without special needs. So if, parents who had a child who might be on the spectrum, or who has a physical disability or a learning disability, this is the place I wanted them to come to feel like, my kid feels welcomed and excited. So that's some of the work I've done. I've also taught theater to grade and dance to grades pre-K through adult. I teach at a college. I'm a clinical assistant professor in educational theater, helping other teachers teach theater at Delphi University. And it's a program I helped start back in 2011. And my whole thing is, if you can use theater, movement, comedy, all that stuff to help children build social emotional learning skills, a lot's going to shift in society, right? So that's a little bit of it.
They need it more than ever today. There's no denying that with what's going on in the world today. There's just no denying that. And I think I applaud you for the good work that you do.
Thank you.
Away from the comedy scene. So what is inspiring you comedically today? Like when you're up there doing all your stand-up around the United States of America, like what's inspiring you right now?
I think things that inspire me are when I see people pushing through obstacles, and maybe like myself, maybe that they're bigger names, maybe people who aren't comedians that have a positive attitude. That's what inspires me. I think when I see a journey of somebody who has worked hard and who has overcame obstacles, that gives me a feeling like, oh, I'm not going to do it alone. Especially like there's a comedian, Leanne Morgan. She's different than me, but she's in her, I think she's a little older, and she's really hitting success, where I always get nervous because I'm older. Is it gonna not happen because I'm not 20 something in the stand-up scene? And those kinds of things make me feel stronger and better, because everyone's path is different. So it's not one particular thing. It's just kind of finding motivating stories that keep pushing my attitude along,
So tell me about what the Divorce Diaries concept is, how it came about, and of course why people should go check out both your comedic special and I like to call it fiction, nonfiction program that are both on Amazon Prime Video.
Yeah, the mockument. So Divorce Diaries as a whole is about self-love, right? It's about, I want to find the love of my life, when in reality is I have to really figure out what loving myself is, because I keep making the same mistake in the storyline of falling for the wrong men who are not giving me what I need, and then they distracting me from my career. Michele, the character, is like the coyote chasing the roadrunner. And she just keeps falling off the cliff or getting hit with an anvil. And I think everybody can relate to the hopeful, romantic inside them, both for their career and their personal life. But I tend, in the storyline, reaction drives a lot of, and emotions drive a lot of the character's movement. And you'll see in the pilot, she makes some choices that are comical, but a little out there. So if you like if you like The Office and you like Real Housewives, Vanderpump Rules, those are kind of the worlds that we're living in with Divorce Diaries, like reality meets mockumentary.
Yeah, that's what I basically took away from it. So, you performed here in Las Vegas on a couple of occasions. What was it like performing here? What are your memories of being here? And hopefully we'll see you again here in the future.
I love performing in Las Vegas. I performed at the Space twice with Divorce Diaries. It's a great venue, and I hope to be back again. I've performed in other stand-up shows. It's a thrill. I mean, it's Las Vegas. There's lights, cameras. The craft is heavy at play here. And it's bawdy. I love a little, it's naughty and bawdy and fun, but the craft element of being a really strong performer doesn't die in Vegas. And that's what I love about Las Vegas. You can be yourself and people embrace that. That's what I love about Vegas.
Yeah, the reality of what it comes down to, what I take away from living here for 7 years and, being in the thick of the entertainment and media scene here every day, and just people watching, because I live right near the Las Vegas Strip, is people just come here, they put their politics aside the way that it should be, and they enjoy the best things that the town has to offer. And there's so much entertainment here every single night. And hopefully we'll get to see you back here again. Michele, Traina, thank you again for joining us. Tell us one more time about what's on Amazon Prime Video.
Thank you so much, Chris, for having me. You are amazing. I can tell you right now, you can go to Amazon Prime Video. You put in Divorce Diaries. You'll see 2 videos that will pop up. Both have my face on it. One is with my daughter. That's the TV pilot, the 26-minute one. And then the hour one is my comedy special. That's the live version.
Absolutely. Comedian Michele Traina, thank you so much again for joining us on CYInterview today.
Thanks for having me, Chris.
Chris Yandeck, CYInterview, covering Las Vegas and the world. If you haven't already, please hit that like button below, and please hit that subscribe button below to keep up with everything we have going on here at CYInterview in Las Vegas and beyond. We greatly appreciate this coming Sunday, May 17th at 8 p.m. on Lifetime. A new movie will be debuting called Girl Taken. One of the main stars of the movie is actor Eric Hicks. He's here to talk with us about Girl Taken. Eric, thanks so much for being on CYInterview today. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing awesome. You have your breakfast and a little bit of coffee and the world's great,
Oh, I agree with that 100%. So why don't you first tell me, I love to ask this question before we talk about projects to all of the actors that come on. Why did you want to be an actor?
I think it really comes down to it's in my personality to constantly be exploring and looking for an answer to the question why in life. I'm a really curious individual, and I had gone down the path before of the 9 to 5. I studied prosthetics and orthotics right out of high school, and I specialized in prosthetics, making artificial limbs for a living. And my whole life was set out before me, but it was just too easy, and I needed a challenge in my life. And at that same time, the door for the arts opened up. And I knew that if I didn't take that leap to pursue that, that would be a major regret at the end of my life. And so, I gave up my 2-month resignation for prosthetics orthotics, and I decided to just follow my heart into the arts. And, the thing about the arts that's so beautiful, you're forced to get outside your comfort zone. And that's where all the growth happens. And so continually, again and again, I've been putting myself in uncomfortable situations and just learning so much about life and, real purpose, real meaning, and learning to enjoy the journey. And what a wild ride it is. But yeah, really grateful I did. But yeah, yeah.
How did that door open going from prosthetics to acting?
Yeah. Well, my mom had us doing background work as kids. And so I was in a Jamie Foxx movie when I was younger, and that really sparked my interest in acting, but I was just too insecure. So later in life, when I was doing my prosthetics internship, I was walking through a mall, the Northgate Mall in Regina, Saskatchewan, of all places in Canada. And these two women recruited me to do a runway modeling show. And, you know, they're real charming, real convincing. And I was like, whatever. And so I didn't care. And so I'm doing this runway thing, and I like rip my shirt off, and I do like a 360, and I whip it into the crowd, and they just ate it up. Winning that modeling thing took me out to a scouting convention in Mississauga, Ontario, just outside Toronto. And I went for modeling, but I said, just for the sake of it, I'm going to enroll myself in the acting portion as well. And I bought the book Acting for Dummies. And surprisingly, a really good book to give you a good breakdown. And after I did that, I won the overall best talent for that convention. And so there was 11 different agencies that wanted to, you know, recruit me. And they said, if you move to this city, we'll sign you and get you going. And I was like, why did I do that to myself? Because I had my whole life planned out with the prosthetics and orthotics. Like, I had a very clear pathway, and I just threw a curveball in my own path. And then I had to make a decision. You know, I wasn't expecting that outcome, but there was a lot of promise, and a lot of people, you know, really thought I had a shot in the industry. And I was like, you know what? I know it's not going to be an easy road. I thought the road was going to be easier than it was. But, you know, sometimes in life, you know, you just got to take that path, you know, the less beaten path. And that's kind of what led us to here with you today, Chris.
Well, I love that story. So thank you for telling me that. That's just a phenomenal transition from one industry to the other. So tell me about Girl Taken on Lifetime this coming Sunday night, May 17th at 8 p.m. Tell me about the project and your role in the project.
Right on. You know, Girl Taken, we shoot these movies fast, and these are 11-day movie shoots. So, you know, these thriller movies, when you're watching as an audience, are intense, but they're also very intense when you're filming the movie as well. Now, this movie follows a girl named Rose, Anita, a woman who, so Erica Durance plays Anita, Rose's mother. Now, Rose, her father died a couple of years ago, and he was my best friend, Kyle. We did trucking together. She just feels lost. She doesn't have a father figure in her life. Her mom and her button heads, and her boyfriend breaks up with her on her birthday. And it leads her just kind of feeling a little empty. And my character, Perry, just really empathizes with her and feels like he has a better solution, you know, to create a win-win situation. Back at home, my partner, Danny, is 6 months pregnant with our child. And so we have a new big chapter in our life. And I just see an opportunity to, like, my wife or my partner is really lonely, and she's struggling to keep up with chores and things like that. And I just see an opportunity to bring the two together. And I think that's where the real story starts. And there's a lot of lessons in this movie for people about, you know, really dialing in and trusting your intuition. You know, a lot of the times you find yourself talking to people, and they may be very charming on the exterior and trustworthy, appealing, but sometimes it just hits our intuition. We get a gut feeling that something might be off. And a lot of the time we don't listen to it. You know, we're a little naive as a species. And so it takes experience to learn. And so I really want the audience to, you know, watch this movie and come away from it, you know, being a little more perceptive of these little nuances and learning to trust your gut when you're in uncomfortable situations. And it's a pretty wild little ride that we take the audience on with this one. Very intense. And we had a hell of a time making it. It's super fun. But yeah, it's wild. A good Lifetime thriller.
Tell me what it was like to work with Erica Durance in this film.
Well, I think a lot of us are big fans of hers. You know, she was Lois Lane in Smallville back in the day, but I actually saw her in Saving Hope, which she starred with Michael Shanks in a hospital drama. And it was just as tear-worthy as, what's that show, that family TV show, Justin Hartley, and what does it start with? It ends, no. Oh, what the heck is that TV show called? It's all about a family drama, multicultural, multi-generational family drama, but really pulls the heartstrings, and Saving Hope was that for me. So meeting Erica, I was already just awestruck of her talent. I mean, the woman is just, you show up on set, you do the first scene with her, and she turns on the waterworks like it's just second nature. It's like breathing for her. And so being in her presence, you just felt safe and taken care of in a scene. You knew that she was listening to you, like really listening to you, really looking at you and really taking you in. And her heart is so open and vulnerable that it's such a treat to work with someone with such experience and emotional availability. A beautiful instrument, and really special human being. Yeah, it's such a joy.
Fair to say that the message of this project is probably something along the lines that it's just hard to trust people.
Yeah, I think, in my own life, I come from Saskatchewan, very small community where you don't lock your doors. And when I moved to the big cities, I was extremely naive and trustworthy. And I got taken advantage of by quite a few people. And so I think, it's hard to even trust yourself in life. We deceive ourselves so much of the time. So it's like, if you can't even trust yourself, how do you trust others? And that's behavior over time. It takes time to learn to trust someone. But I think personally, this movie really hits home that, yeah, like I said, trust your gut, trust your intuition. If something's feeling off, it's okay to say no. It's okay we're so polite in society. We don't want to offend others, especially here in Canada. But at some point, you got to learn to just say no. And that's okay. And that's not easy to do. It takes a real type of courage to dismiss. And there's a better way to say no, and there's a worse way to say no. But, you learn to say no and trust your gut. And that's definitely the main theme of the movie.
Aside from this project, why don't you reflect on what you consider your, 2 or 3 other career highlights so far?
Yeah, well, I think for me, I did 7 years of non-union short films, web series, features, a lot of non-union stuff, and I couldn't break through the union barrier. There's almost a catch 22 in the union, is that in order to become union, to book union jobs, you have to be part of the union already. And they give preference to union actors. So how do you get a union job if you're non-union? Well, for every job, they have to bring in one non-union actor. And so I would be this non-union actor competing against all the union actors, and they all have preferential hiring. And so it took me 7 years to book my first ever union job. And that's a long, it feels like it's never going to come, especially when you're constantly training and working and trying to reach this goal, and other people around you reach this goal in 6 months or a year. It just feels really, it breaks you down and you start to doubt yourself. So my very first union job was on Quantico with Priyanka Chopra and Jake McLaughlin. And they flew me out to Montreal, and I cried on the plane ride out there. I made a beautiful painting for the casting director, and that meant so much to me. And then to be on set with these really talented, individuals who had been in the game for a while and had a big following. And I was like, oh, star-studded. Wow. And then to do scenes with them and to just play, you realize it's just people just like you, and you're just playing, you're just having a good time. So for me, that was a big breakthrough. But shortly after, I landed that 4-season recurring role on the huge award-winning series Cardinal, which, such a great artistic detective series. I really recommend watching it. And then I worked with the director on that also directed season 2 of Bad Blood. And so we already had a relationship, a working dynamic together, and we knew we liked working together. And so when they brought me on, I had a couple auditions for this role on Bad Blood, and I just fit the puzzle piece perfectly. And then getting to work alongside local Saskatchewan actor Kim Coates was such a treat. he's a really intense guy, and he really needed me to bring the intensity. And so I did my best, and he was so stoked, you know. He's like, dude, he's like, you crushed it. It was just such a joy, such a treat, man, to get to work on those projects, you know, longer run series, and just getting to dig into a character a little more. I'm just a little bummed that Bad Blood didn't come out for a season 3. They led a little cliffhanger at the end of season 2 where my character gets a promotion, and it was just building up to be a really great season 3, and then it didn't get made, and I was like, but yeah, everyone was stoked for a season 3 on that one.
Sounds great. Finally, what are your acting hopes for the future, goals?
I think for me, it's time I started writing. You know, there's a lot of different interests I have. I'm a Gemini, and, you know, Geminis, we like to learn a little bit about everything. We don't know a lot about one thing, but a lot about everything. And I want to bring all those little tidbits of knowledge of life experience together. And so I've written 3 episodes of a TV series already. I'm not sure if it's going to be 4 episodes or 6 episodes yet, but still working that out. But I want to start making my own content and, you know, getting my own message out there. And a lot of it has to do with, you know, going within your own mind and realizing how infinitely powerful we are as a species. And we just haven't been clued in fully yet to how powerful we really are. And I want to bring that forward to the audience in a more metaphorical kind of way, where it's not hitting you straight in the face, but it's just letting you reflect on these ideas and concepts while you're at home. And after you finish watching an episode, you know, you just left there thinking, and maybe it plants a seed where down the road it sprouts within yourself, and you get curious, and you decide to take the less beaten path yourself and open up your mind to, how powerful we really are. And so for me, that's a big passion, you know, to really help as many people as I can and to share what I've learned with others. And film is such a great medium to do that. Storytelling.
Love your self-reflection, Eric. It's obviously one of your many strong points. Really enjoyed having you on CYInterview today. Again, Girl Taken airs this coming Sunday night, May 17th, 8 p.m. on Lifetime. Check him out in that. So for actor Eric Hicks at CYInterview, I'm Christianic. If you haven't already, please hit the like button below again, and please hit the subscribe button below to keep up with everything we have going on here at CYInterview. And we'll see you in the next one. Eric, again, thank you for joining us today.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, appreciate that.
Chris Yandak, CYInterview, covering Las Vegas and the world. If you haven't already, please like this video below and hit the subscribe button below to keep up with everything we have going on here in Las Vegas and beyond. We cover Las Vegas and the world. Some years back, Transformers was a box office hit. Today here on CYInterview, we bring you someone who is sure to be a hit if you want to change your body and improve your health. I'll call her the Transformer for the work she's done with a range of people. Her name is Michele MacDonald, and we are extremely pleased that she's here with us today on CYInterview. Good afternoon, Michele. Where are you? How are you?
Hey, thanks, Chris. Great introduction. Very honored to be here. I am based in Mexico. We moved here in 2016 to be in the sun, and I love it.
Oh, let me just tell you, there's got to be a reason why you moved to Mexico. So why don't you tell us about your background and what you do and what brought you there?
Oh boy, I'm 54. So if we want to keep this short, I can't go back too far. But I'm from Canada originally, lived in Boston, and then fell in love with my husband. He's from Quebec, which is even colder than Boston. And so one of the reasons why most Canadians that end up moving down to Mexico were trying to escape the cold. So, and then the other reason is I just love the people. The culture here is incredible. It's Latina culture. People are very warm and inviting. I love how interested people are in each other and how supportive each other people are with each other. So I love it down here, and my husband fell in love with it. And then my mom, Joan, she joined us as well in 2022. She's pretty much down here every winter.
Well, you talked about your husband and you talked about your mom. So why don't you tell about the work you've done with your mom, the work you've done by yourself, and also what your husband's background is?
I'll start with JJ, Jean-Jacques Barrette. He was actually, I met him my first year competing towards the tail end of my year. I met him at a bodybuilding show, and it's funny, one of his athletes I was coming back from the tanning room with her. We were both competing in this drug-free bodybuilding show, Physique Canada, and she was telling me about how amazing her coach was. And I was looking for a new coach. I wanted somebody that was like really hands-on. And so he ended up becoming my coach, and also mentored me when I started coaching. He mentored me how to coach. He helped me with programming and how to spot, potential in people, even if they were out of shape, nutrition and all of that. I really learned that from him. And then he was, really mentored by Yannick Morin and Sébastien. I think Boucher is his name. These guys were part of a gym in Montreal. It was a lot of Olympic athletes, and these guys were Olympic coaches. So it's a very clean gym and very evidence-based, and it was called the Bat Cave. So that's where he learned how to really, the sport of natural bodybuilding and coaching athletes to the stage. So I started coaching. Well, I started coaching in 2012. My first athlete actually was in her 50s. And she was already a champion, in her own right. So I was very nervous about coaching her, Janet Gates. And we still stay in touch. She's retired now, but she was unbelievable. We did several shows together. And just an absolute joy to work with. Unbelievable physique and such a hard worker. And then I started coaching transformation clients, which were a little bit different, right? You've got your athletes that hire you to do specific shows or to do like a building season. And they're very focused. They just want to know what to do, and they're very on board with achieving their goals. And then my transformation clients, I started doing those online in Mexico. Actually, I was in Mexico on a holiday, and I've been writing a blog and documenting my journey. And so when I started this, I was already in my 40s, and I had a blog called Your Healthy Hedonista where I talked about the food and the training, and I was really into T-Nation. Do you know T-Nation? I was all into T-Nation and just bodybuilding.com. Those were the big forums back in the day. And gals were reading my posts on Facebook and on this blog, and they were really interested to try this macros-based training and lifting weights with progressive overload. And they were just really interested in trying all of that. So I said, listen, I'll coach you if there's 10 of you. We're going to work as a group. I had this list of things that you had to do, like you had to send your check-ins, you had to take your metrics, like all the things that an athlete does. I wanted these gals to do. And my philosophy was, if you're old enough to successfully run a household, be the CEO of a company, the things that you would be able to do by the time you're in your 40s or 50s, we don't have to dumb this stuff down for you just because you're not an athlete competing. The stuff that works for an athlete, that gets gals incredibly muscular and shredded naturally, these same principles are going to work for somebody who wants to lose some weight. And then, of course, I always wanted gals to become strong and build muscle, right? Even way back then, before we were talking about the importance of eating protein and building muscle, especially for women as we age, I was already doing that because I know that it's empowering to have a goal that requires that dedication, playing the long game, really pulling those big levers that give health, versus just chasing a number on the scale and trying to be skinnier, right? So that's how we started. The girls said, yep, all right, the woman were like, yeah, well, we'll do all these rules for you. And I'm still in touch with some of those first gals from 2012. My first, I called it the Body Transformation Challenge. It was 6 months long. And then everything grew from that. Everything's been very organic. Gals just wanting to have those outcomes and wanting to become strong. That became very much the message. Like, I want to become strong. I want to learn how to lift weights.
So at the beginning of this, that great response you just gave us, you talked about competing. So what is it like for you to compete?
Well, I love competing. I've been in sports my entire life. I was heavily into yoga, teaching it and practicing it before bodybuilding. I didn't start, bodybuilding until I was turning 40. And even competed in yoga, which is kind of crazy, but actually, yogis, I think every sport you can pretty much compete in it, and so I competed in yoga. But when I did my first bodybuilding show, Chris, I just felt so alive. I mean, it was just the pinnacle of everything, nutrition, right? Like a very systematic way of approaching nutrition that would give you a very almost like a guaranteed outcome. If you did these things for this period of time, you would get this outcome. So you combine the nutrition with the bodybuilding, and a great bodybuilding coach can get you ready for a show. I mean, depending on other contingencies, but if you're in pretty good shape and whatnot, they can get you ready for a show in 12 weeks, in 16 weeks, in 20 weeks. I mean, it's basically how much do you want to suffer, right? And, how much muscle tissue loss are you willing to risk, again, as a natural athlete. So I felt so alive competing. It really stretched me. And that's something that I talk about with my athletes. You do this not just, for the photographs or to try to win a pro card or win a title. It's the character development that you go through along the way. You're facing your inner narrative, and maybe there's a little bit of negativity still knocking around in your brain. You learn how to push through the impossible, the hard things. I've been 8 o'clock at night having to go get steps in, and it's raining outside, and I've got to get up at 5 a.m. and my husband's like, let's go get our steps in. So we'll chit chat for 20 minutes with our Apple Watches, just getting an extra 3,000 steps in, and learning how to find joy in it and find humor in it and be proud of the things that you have to do to get that outcome that you want. So I've loved competing. And I encourage my athletes to approach competition as a milestone event on a much longer journey of continual growth and continual learning.
So let's just go back. We've talked a lot about it in this, almost 10 minutes, but really just how would you sum up what really got you into the field of fitness?
Like many gals, I had an eating disorder when I was younger. I became very sick when I was 16. I was a track and field. It was track and field season. It was the spring, and I wanted to get to regionals as a hurdler. I was a pretty decent hurdler. I was tiny though. I was about 106 pounds. I'm 120 now, so I was quite tiny and only 5'2". And so I had this idea that if I was skinny, because like the skinnier girls seemed to always be winning, and we didn't have like nutrition coaching in the high school I went to, so I just starved myself, and then that became a pattern of starving and binging and all of that. So that stayed with me till I was 32. I had a miracle cure during my teacher yoga training, which we won't talk about here, but throughout that process, I became very fascinated by nutrition. I was reading tons of nutrition books. One of the first high impact books I read on nutrition was by Dr. Michael Colgan. It was called Optimum Sports Nutrition. And that was the first time I really heard about optimizing your body through nutrition. And then, as I was going through yoga, and I got so much benefits from that, which is really about understanding your mind, right? And understanding your nervous system, this idea of kind of objectively being present in your body. And calming yourself down and having, you know, conversations with yourself as you're doing the thing, as you're doing yoga, you're calmly talking yourself through it and regulating your breathing, to do crazy postures like standing on your hands. And, you know, ultimately I was able to stand on my hand and bend my legs over my head and put my feet on my head at, you know, 36. And so when I discovered bodybuilding, for me, it was like that last missing piece. I had the nutrition. I went to culinary school, the School of IIN, Integrative Nutrition. I had the nutrition kind of, I knew about nutrition. I didn't have a system for applying it yet. I knew the importance of having a healthy body, but it was mostly yoga and handstands and chaturanga, so there was strength involved, but still not bodybuilding. And when I started to do bodybuilding and learned about, you know, having these regular meals throughout the day, making sure you're getting your protein in. And yoga, we had a lot of pride in not eating. You know, yogis don't need to eat. Putting on muscle tissue. Like in my first year, I had such a great response. And I loved it. I loved how I felt. I loved how my body was changing. I think I took 1 million photos that first year, Chris. It was like, wow, I've got abs. I've never had abs before. Oh my God, look at my shoulder. I never even thought about my shoulders before. So I really fell in love with it. And I felt like it was that missing piece. So the triad there is like the mindset, the nervous system regulation. It's the nutrition piece, right? Like really understanding how to eat to get very particular, precise outcomes. And then the training piece, right? So how to put on muscle, and also, you know, mobility, flexibility, how to maintain good range of motion as you go through life. And the driver for me has always been about how to optimize the body as we age. So it's really given me that. I feel here I am at 54, and it's the 50s are not what I thought it was going to be. It's great. I feel the same almost. Like there's niggles, of course, with age, but it's been incredible. And the older gals that I coach now, I've got a lot of 60-year-olds and as well as 70-year-olds, and seeing how these women, how their bodies have responded so well to training and nutrition. It allows me to be fearless about getting older, right? We're doing the right things.
So let's talk about what brought you to Tulum. Is there something that just makes that environment good to train people? Tell me about the work you do down there.
I actually don't do a lot of training in person down here. I do love in-person training. So now and again, we'll do a retreat or something, and gals will come down here and we'll do lots of in-person stuff. We do about 2 or 3 workshops a year. We're going to be down in, we're going to be over in LA in May 4th and 5th with Jen Thompson, who's probably the world's strongest female bencher. I think she's won 100 trophies or something like that. She's in the Powerlifting Hall of Fame. But other than that, I don't do a lot of in-person. Everything's online. Really, Jay and I live down here and work online on our computers. So
what is it like to train people then for like through the Zooms and the virtual things? Like, did you have to come up with like a different kind of method as compared to training people in person, for example?
I love that you asked that. Yes. So my whole system, I call it the fitness model blueprint, which is it's kind of like the cut, build. So we break down body fat, usually with most gals that start. And then, of course, a lot of them have such a great response, right, to the training and nutrition that they do put on muscle even in a deficit, right? We have that great beginner gains. So, you know, that first cut or first diet to get rid of, excess body fat. Some girls have to lose 15 pounds. Some it's like 80 or 100 pounds that they have to do in stages. So even with that first cut, there's a lot of amazement that happens with, oh my God, I've got muscle now. I look better now. If it's very common for girls to say, I look better now, I feel stronger now than even in my 20s. So we'll get that in the first cut. And that's where we say, well, listen, that's nothing. Like now with the reverse diet and really like eating enough food, training with progressive overload, now you're going to start to really see some exciting stuff happening here with muscle hypertrophy. So what I teach my coaches to do is we have a very rigorous onboarding process with coaches. We have a 6-month academy that they have to go through. So you already have to be accredited, obviously, before we accept you into the academy. And it's a very rigorous academy, lots of hours, lots of practicums. And then we have another 6 months of mentorship. And then intensive mentorship, and then continued mentorship with all of our coaches that work with us. And why we do that is because I stand behind my coaching methodologies and our brand offering, Chris, which is we cultivate the inner athlete in every woman. We're incredibly inclusive. I think my mom's a perfect example. You don't know who is inside that body, right? Just because my mom was 70 and obese, 39-inch waist, wasn't moving well on medications. She had arthritis, poor movement, mobility, and all of that. Trouble with technology, all of those things. Still, we look for the inner athlete and we try to tease that out slowly over time. And how we do it is through a very systematic way of, number one, on the intake form, we have movement analysis, which I hope is pretty standard for online coaches. So or any coach, like you're looking at their movement patterns. And then we kind of put them into buckets of like real beginner, and then, kind of a novice lifter, and then more of an intermediate lifter. And most of the gals actually come to us in that, real beginner or novice lifter, those first two buckets. And then we spend time getting their movement patterns improved. We'll usually focus on one lift that they can really progressively overload. So we start teaching them about progressive overload, right? We start teaching them about really looking for progress in one lift, right? Or a handful of lifts that you continue to integrate into the programming from block to block, which is very different. Most people do kind of, I call it like a shake and bake mentality with lay people, right? Well, we'll just keep throwing variety at them because that's what people want. They want variety. I'm like, well, what people want is a result, right? So if you can onboard them that you'll get these results if you do these things, then, you'll get them to do the right thing and do it with gusto. Usually most gals will get them to do something. I like to teach gals a barbell lift. Again, it's the concept not just of transforming your body, but, going through the hardness of going to the gym and feeling intimidated. And then after a few months, you're in there putting your plates on and you're feeling confident in the gym and people are respecting you and probably saying something to you like, wow, like you're getting really strong, or wow, you training for something. And it changes your whole, inner narrative of who you are and what you're capable of. So we'll try to teach them how to do a barbell hip thrust. It's a relatively simple compound, movement, and you can get quite strong at it. Most of our gals get at least up to 225 for like a set of 8, which is significant, right? Like these, 45-pound plates, 45-pound plates on the bar, both sides, and then upwards up to, we have got gals who are thrusting over 400 pounds. We really teach them great movement patterns. We analyze their lifts through video submissions through a platform called TrueCoach, and there's a lot of education around lifting well. And then the coaches are all trained to or educated to really adjust programming as needed. So we do a lot of support there. If you see a movement pattern that needs to be regressed, right? So you tried to maybe progress somebody to like a Romanian deadlift and you're just not seeing their ability to pack their lats or create, good body tension. Maybe their back is rounding. And so we might regress them, right, to something like a tempo or something like that, a tempo Romanian deadlift, a lighter weight, more reps, then that's what we do. But we don't give up, and we really collaborate with the client to educate them and empower them to lift safely. We're not afraid to coach the older female. And I think that's very, very pervasive in a lot of gyms. People are really, they think the female body is this broken body and, hand can't do anything with it. And that's just not true. The female body is incredibly resilient. So yeah, I hope that answers your question, but we have gals going from, I call it 0 to hero. I think one of my clients, Jody oh my gosh, I apologize, Jody. Ekovitz. She's a perfect example of somebody who went from, a goblet squat, bent over, kind of falling down on her thighs, not really getting full depth, and now she does back squats, 150 pounds for a set of 8. She sumo deadlifts 170 pounds for a set of 8. Great form. Bench presses. I think she's at 125 pounds for a single, which is amazing. She's 113 pounds. She was 113 pounds on stage in November, right? So as you know, 125 pounds for a 54-year-old woman who's not that big, that's a nice, progression in just a handful of years, all online.
Michele, if anybody is listening to watching our conversation today on CYInterview, they would think, wow, she really knows some stuff. She really understands, what it takes to get someone to a certain level. But let's just talk for anybody who's casually watching today, who may not be a fitness enthusiast like you. What are 3 things that everybody can do to improve their fitness?
Eat more protein, right? So to be specific, try to eat your body weight, your target body weight. Let's say, like if you were in your fighting shape, right? So maybe you're 5'4" and in your best shape of your life, you weighed 130 pounds. So try to eat your body weight in protein. So 130 grams of protein per day, and you can split that up, and it's not that hard to do. There's tons of great recipes running around on the internet on how to eat more protein-centric meals, and that's for whether you're a vegetarian or an omnivore. So that's one thing. And eat the colors of the rainbow. Get a lot of products in. Eat your 25 grams of fiber a day if you're a woman. And I don't know. I don't coach men. I think it's somewhere around, is it 35 or 40 grams of fiber a day for men? Work on your strength. So I'll be very generic, right? Like if you're not going to lift weights, somehow work on becoming stronger. So if you're into body weight stuff, do more push-ups, or learn to do band resisted push-ups or weighted push-ups. But you can start small by doing incline, doing push-ups against your kitchen counter. And then eventually over time, you want to be very systematically improving your strength. So you want to see yourself doing them to the floor. And that might take, if you focus on that, you could make that happen in like 3 months. So becoming stronger and being very systematic about it. Be that person that goes to the gym with the training log that's writing everything down. So eat your protein and your colors of the rainbow, get your fiber in, get stronger. So work on your strength, build muscle. And the third piece I would, I don't know if I could say, it's a toss up between, learn how to emotionally regulate. I think that's so huge, especially with all the things happening in life coming at you, learning how to, understand how you're feeling, recognize patterns of behavior, like, oh, I'm feeling that hot flush feeling I feel when I'm starting to get anxious. All right, so take a deep breath, do your breathing exercises, and calm down so that you can make better choices. So it's going to be between that, Chris, and work on your cardiovascular health as you age. You have to have, the cardiovascular disease is still the #1 killer in the world, and so everything that can improve your cardiovascular health, not being overweight is one of those, and so doing all the things that would improve your cardiovascular health that way, and then of course training your heart. So some kind of working on your stamina and your endurance, your ability of your heart to pump blood, oxygen-rich blood throughout your body. I hope that wasn't too complicated.
I think that was actually a very well-defined answer that people can then go research and look up. I think you gave them some very, listen, it may seem like basic knowledge, but it's a little bit higher than basic knowledge, but it's much more, as I like to call it, in-depth basic. I'd call it in-depth basic.
I like that. In-depth basic, Chris. Thank
Because
you.
because if you just tell people something and they really don't get any real, it's like what does the word mean? Well, I got to go to the dictionary and I got to look up what that word means. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
Yeah.
okay, do this, but this is what it means, is basically what you were basically doing there, which I thought was fantastic. So moving along, so let me just ask you, on this, we're here in Las Vegas. We've had on numerous like dancers and showgirls and acrobats. Have you ever worked with people in these fields, particularly to help them stay fit, extend their careers? Is that something of interest to you?
It's fascinating. I have not. The only athletes I've worked with are powerlifters, some endurance athletes, and a lot of bodybuilders.
Would you like to work with people in other fields who are, what I like to call it, performers, to do a lot of physical activities? Are you just open to anybody?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think people that are athletic, they are very, very coachable. They've probably been coached their entire lives, and the human body is the human body. It responds to those basic levers really well. And I wonder sometimes. I say this to my husband, because he loves watching fighters and wrestlers, and I think to myself, God, you'll hear about some wrestler that didn't make weight, and they've had to do some crazy, diuretics and starving themselves, and I'm like, why don't they work with a bodybuilding coach, right? Because bodybuilding coaches, we know how to preserve muscle, minimize fatigue, and get you to peak in every physical way for a particular day, and it's what we do. We manipulate mass. So yeah, I wonder sometimes if maybe some people in other industries, I wonder if they're getting served like what we know in bodybuilding, like this works, it works well, it works in a very definitive period of time for people that can do the work and have the integrity to have great communication with their coaches.
Yeah, that's basically what I was thinking. Speaking of that, in Las Vegas, what a lot of people don't know is that there's a huge amount of gyms, boxing, UFC, physical fitness places, physical competitions, competing competitions. Have you ever been to Las Vegas? Have you seen any of that scene here?
Oh God, yes. My husband and I used to be part of a company called Magnum Nutraceutical, so we would always go to the Olympia, to be part of the expo for all those years when the Olympia was in Vegas. Then the federation that we used to be with would always have a show in Vegas as well. So we were there a lot. I really like going to Vegas, and they have such a great gym scene. It's an incredible gym scene.
Yeah, it's people don't even realize that how many different gyms for so many different sports and so many different very specific trainings are here. Aside from everything else, there's just a huge fitness and spa community here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think we have a big team actually competing in it's a federation called FMG, Fitness Muscle Glamour, and there's a show there in mid-November. So we're going to be there. We have a big team that's going to be showing up, and I'm excited to head back to Vegas. I also love to watch shows, and I usually like to go and try to a couple of the great restaurants there. The food in Vegas is incredible.
Oh, absolutely. We cover the show scene. We cover everything here in Las Vegas, and we'll actually look forward to meeting you when you come, and we'll talk about that before you come in November. Really excited to then see if we got something for the future. Okay, so finally, Michele, please break this down for us. Where can we find you? Website, YouTube, your virtual training. Please give all that information so people can check you out.
Thank you so much. If you're interested in contest prep coaching, you want to get onto stage, then you contact us through TulumStrengthClub.com. My husband, Jean-Jacques Barrette, and I are the coaches for that. If you're interested in lifestyle transformation, so you look at my mom, Train with Joan, you're like, wow, I want that, then you would contact us through thewonderwoman.com, and it's just for women. And we have dedicated coaches. It's all one-on-one coaching, all online, and it's an incredible community of high-achieving women. So, and beginners are our specialty, so no worries there. And then you can follow me on MichelleMacDonaldOfficial.com. I do a lot of keynote speaking. I have an ebook out on strength training, building muscle for the older gal, and 35 plus. And I have a fitness app coming out as well, Stronger by Design, and my own podcast called Stronger by Design. And we have tons of doctors and experts in fitness and holistic health that we interview.
And what is the YouTube handle for everybody?
What is the
YouTube handle, the at to go see you?
Oh, on YouTube, that would be, well, each brand has a YouTube. So on mine, it would be Michele MacDonald Official. We have Train with Joan, right? My mother, she also has a YouTube. A lot of followers. It's crazy. And the Wonder Woman Official. And we have a lot of great free information on our Wonder Woman Official, how to bench, how to squat, good row techniques, how to get your first pull-up. So that's another great place to go to.
So finally, let's sum it up. There is something for everybody.
I believe so. That's the goal. We want to get great information out there to as many different kinds of people as we can.
So for fitness coach Michele MacDonald and CYInterview, I'm Christianic. Michele, thank you so much for joining us today. If you like this video, again, please hit the like button below and please hit the subscribe button below to keep up with everything we have going on here at CYInterview. Michele, thank you so much for this first CYInterview. We look forward to having you back soon and for more conversations. It was really great hearing about your story today.
Thanks, Chris.
Christianic, CYInterview covering Las Vegas and the world. If you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button below and like this video to keep up with everything we have going on here at CYInterview in Las Vegas and beyond. We greatly appreciate it. Today, we have a treat for you. The 1983 World Series of Poker main event winner and, of course, a Poker Hall of Famer. Tom McEvoy is here to talk about his new book, which you can find on Amazon in a variety of different ways. It's called Poker Pioneer. It was released in June of 2024 last year. Tom, thanks so much for being on CYInterview. It is such a delight to have you here with us today.
My pleasure. And I love talking about my book as well as other topics too, whatever.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to talk.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 500 pages. There's a lot there, obviously. But why don't I just start with this and then we'll talk about the book. I mean, you win the World Series of Poker in the 1980s. Is it fair to say that what made a good poker player back then is different with today's poker world?
I would say some of the same characteristics are necessary now as back then. In the World Series back then, it was a lot fewer events. And in fact, in 1983, the year I won the main event, I won 2 bracelets that year because I won the Limit Hold'em, which was, at the time was the second biggest event. And so I won 2 out of the 14 events they held that year. Nothing like the 99 bracelets or 100, whatever the final number is for this year. So the difference in the poker world is vast, but the skills necessary, I think, are still very pertinent today as they were back then. And when I decided to become a professional poker player, it was not the popular thing to do back then in the 1970s. In fact, my own parents thought I'd lost my mind. I was making the biggest mistake of my life. And I said, I'm going to move my family, my 3 children, my wife, out to Las Vegas and play poker. They thought I was insane. And that was the mutual opinion of almost everybody I talked to and told them about it. They thought I'd lost my mind. They think I'd be back within 6 months with my tail between my legs and so forth. Even the players in my home poker game, which I was destroying on a weekly basis, thought I was crazy. Being your buddies at home was one thing. Going to Vegas and playing with professional players, different story. And that's why they used to call, maybe they still do, Las Vegas is the graveyard of hometown poker champions. But not all hometown champions fail. And I was one of the exceptions that proved the rule that some of us are going to make it. And I was one of the lucky ones that did. But I was very dedicated and willing to do whatever it took to survive. And I never did have to go back to the corporate business world. After I'd worked for 12 years as an accountant in various companies, and I basically turned in my pencil, and that was it. I never went back.
Do you think that your background in accounting helped you become a great poker player, and then in all those other areas besides being a poker player that you also got into in the industry itself?
Absolutely. Yeah. I've forgotten more about accounting than I can remember, but my original goal in life was to be a certified public accountant. But I left public accounting before I took the CPA exam, which at the time I believe I could have passed. So I never did get to be a CPA. And if I had stuck to accounting and become a CPA, I almost for sure would have gone down a totally different path, and a much less interesting one for sure. But my true destiny was poker, as it turned out, which I had no clue about, obviously, until necessity forced me to take a chance on myself.
How did your life change after you won the 1983 World Series of Poker main event? Did you have a new level of confidence? Was it another day at the office? And how many entrants were there then?
Back then, they had 108. Now, that's nothing like what they got now, where they have over 10,000. So we had 1% of the field, the current field back then. 108 was the record at the time, and that kept getting broken almost every year. They increased it. There was no such thing as dead money at that tournament. It was almost all top pros, dominated by Texans, but there were some European players came too. Some of the best, couple of top players from Ireland were there, one of which, Donica O'D, made the final table of the main event. He was also second to me the week prior when I made when I won my limit hold'em bracelet. So he was the guy I played in the finals. And he blamed me and said it took him about another 20 years before he finally won a bracelet. He finally did win one, but he blamed me. Anyways, he's a really good guy, and he's still active as a player. I see him every year at the World Series. He comes out still. But it was a totally different era back then. Everything was, at the Horseshoe downtown on Binions, and when you were playing, it was very seldom there was more than one or two players at the table that you hadn't met before or played with before. Now, it's very rare if I find anybody I've ever even heard of at the same starting table at any of the World Series events. It's gotten so much bigger. Can you imagine? It was like 14 events back then. Now, like there's 100, and then that's not even counting the bracelets they give away in other areas, in Europe and so forth. Oh. So the contrast, you couldn't even imagine it. Even the most progressive, optimistic players never could have seen what happened to poker, where poker players actually became like media stars in a lot of cases. People like Doyle, of course, Negreanu and Helmuth being the most obvious examples that their influence and fame has spread way beyond just their activities in the poker world.
Oh, no denying that. But here's what I'm going to ask you in that regard. So after you win the main event, you become one of these early guys who's like, well, I could make money in poker, not just by being at the table. I could write how to be better at poker books. And then obviously you also got involved in running poker tournaments. So how did the guys feel when you started writing these books about how to get better at poker? Did they feel like you were bringing in this whole new generation of people, and thus the fields are going to expand and the secrets weren't the secrets anymore? What was the reaction to that?
Well, that's kind of interesting. Even after winning these two events at the World Series, I became very famous in poker, which was a much smaller world back then, overnight, virtually. And 4 months after I won those two World Series bracelets, I went over to Ireland, where Terry Rogers hosted the only European tournament at the time in Dublin, and I won the main event there 4 months after I had, captured the 2 bracelets at the Binions at the World Series. So it was a cool, totally different era. I never thought about writing a book. That was the last thing. I didn't even occur to me to write a book. By the way, there was absolutely at that time not one book anywhere about the World Series. Doyle Brunson had come out with his super system, which wasn't called that originally. Originally it was called How I Won $1 Million Playing Poker. And that came out in 1978. And before I moved to Vegas, which was I arrived for good July 4th weekend of 1979, same weekend they opened Vegas World, which has now become the Strat. But for a year, between my last accounting job ended in May of 1978. For 1 year, I flew back and forth for staying for various lengths of times, anywhere from like 3 to 6 weeks at a time, testing the poker waters. And I heard about the new book that Doyle had written, so I said, well, I got to get this book. It was $100 back then. This was 1978. $100 for a book was quite a bit back then. But I said, well, I got to get this book. So I found out he had a publishing company, which briefly, anyways, for a year or so, and I tracked it down. And so I decided to go in there and just buy the book. So there's only one person sitting there. When I walked in the office, it was Doyle. I said, the man himself, So I introduced myself. Hi. And I said, I would like to buy your book. And he's always happy to, autograph it and be gracious. And then I did something that's a little uncharacteristic for me. I wrote about this in my book, my autobiography. I pointed my finger at him like this, not in a mean way and not in his face. We were several feet apart. I said, one of these days, I'm going to be at the same table with you. You just wait and see. And he's heard that a million times, I'm sure, from other people. But in my case, it actually happened. So now, what does all this lead to? Well, I hadn't thought about, so I bought his book, obviously. I studied it. I read through it multiple times. And what people don't realize is that in 1983, when I won the World Series main event, Doyle Brunson made the final table and came in third. And everybody thought he'd win his third main event title, that he was the big favorite. But myself and the runner-up Rod Pete, we had a different plan, as it turned out. But anyways, Doyle came in third. That was the last year he made the final table of the main event. Now he won other events and other bracelets after that. So back then, winning the main event was nothing like it is now, or $12 million, for first place. It was the year I won. It was paid $540,000, and that's big money back then. Even even now, that's a nice chunk of change, but back then it was even more. But there's a lot of stories about that. I only had about a third of myself by the time the smoke cleared between deal making and pieces sold, so forth. But I knew after I won the main event, I went from being obscure to overnight. Now I'm being written about in all the papers that covered the poker scene, which was a fraction of what there is now. But I knew my life would never be the same. It never was. Did I think about writing books? No, didn't even enter my mind. What happened at one of the magazines called Gaming Today, which is still around, I believe, the owner of it, a guy by the name of Stanley Solidikoff, contacted me, and at the time, Mike Carroll, the Mad Genius, was associated with him, and they both approached me, excuse me a second, and asked me if I would be interested in writing a book. I said, on poker tournament strategy. There was nothing at all written in Doyle's book or anywhere on poker tournament strategy. So I had to think about it for a bit. I said, wait a minute. But I said, I had my own theories. When I won the main event, I had less no-limit hold'em experience than probably anybody in the field. But I played a lot of limit poker, and I've been playing every little tournament I could find for the last several years. Ever since I came to Vegas and started coming on a regular basis in 78 and moved here in 79, I was playing small tournaments all the time around town. There weren't as many as there are now. Like you find tournaments multiple locations daily. Back then, they'd have maybe one a week at a particular casino, and others would have one a week. And I would play every one I could find. The first 2 tournaments I ever played, I had a first and a second, and that cooked me on tournament play. So I was developing my own strategies, nothing I had written down, just, it was all up here. And when they approached me to write the book, I said, well, I hadn't thought about it. I said, I finally decided I'd give it a try. And because there was, I said, nothing at all written on tournament strategy. So I did. And I knew I needed help with the book, so I recruited a guy who passed away a couple of years ago, Roy West, to co-author it with me. And in other words, I basically dictated the book into a tape recorder. And then he transcribed it, and then we reviewed it and made sure the material was the way I had it outlined and planned. And the book retailed for $9.95, and that made no money at all, because I had agreed to pay Roy West out of my own pocket $5,000, and if I recovered that much in royalties, I'd split whatever after that with him. I never made anywhere near that. But when I cough a little bit, because I talk a lot and I forgot cough drops, silly me.
It's okay, don't worry. It's fine. Great stories.
So I do this book. It's a pretty basic book, but at the time, it was the only thing out there. So I don't make any money on the book, lose money, in fact. Don't even get paid all my royalties. Slotikoff, who published other things besides the Came In Today, was not doing very well financially. So even my few royalties, I didn't fully get. All right, so that was a negative experience as far as making any money. I thought, well, okay, well, it is what it is. I forgot about writing books. I didn't do another book for 10 years. And the reason the second book came about, a lady moved from Bakersfield, California, had written a couple of books herself under the name of Shane Smith. Her real name was Dana Smith, but she didn't feel a book written by a woman would sell as well. So she used Shane as her pseudonym. And she moved to Las Vegas with the express idea of starting her life. She'd just gone through a divorce and stuff. So she wanted to get her life on a new track. But she also, because she had written a couple books on her own, wanted to track me down and see if I would have an interest in writing another tournament strategy book. She had written the second book ever written about tournament strategy, and she called it Tournament Tips from the Pros. And I was heavily quoted in there, as was Doyle and a lot of the other top players. So there was a lot of tips on tournament poker in the book. It was a pretty good little book at the time. And it was, I said, other than my original book from 10 years before, there was nothing written on it. So she ran into me just by random. I was in a poker room, of course. I was going to the Mirage at the time to play. And I ran into her, and she stopped me and said she would be very interested in working with me on another poker tournament strategy book if I had an interest. I thought, well, I didn't know her, who's she? I mean, she's Bakersfield. I was familiar with the fact that she had written a couple books, but since I didn't make any money in the last one, I was damned if I was going to write another book if I couldn't make any money. So I kind of brushed her off. I said, I don't think so. And then I just forgot about it. Well, I run into her again 6 months later. And at the time, I'm basically going through hard times financially. And I had just been divorced a few years prior. That wiped me out completely. So I was like not doing well financially. At this time, she had a business plan. And she says, Tom, I think we can make around $25,000 if we do this book. And she had it all written down and stuff. I said, well, at the time, that sounded pretty good. So I said, all right, but we're going to do it on my schedule, my time, my this, my that, and so on and so forth. She agreed to all that. And I said, okay, fine. So I started doing the same thing, dictating the book in the tape recorder, except it was a mishmash. I started out with Raz of all games, because I decided to do the book similar to Doyle's book covering every game that they had a World Series event for. Like Doyle did with his super system. He covered multiple games, not just No Limit Home. So I started doing that, and she said, basically, you idiot, this is totally unacceptable and no good at all. It didn't flow, nothing. And she was right. She didn't actually call me an idiot, but that was the message. You kind of read between the lines. So I said, okay, all right. So I said, I actually did figure out what we need. I said, we need an outline, and I will try to restructure this. And that's what we did. We made an outline together, and then the book flowed. And I thought we were going to do it at my time, my speed, blah, blah, blah. Once I got into doing it, now I wanted to get it done, because it took 5 months to write this book, which was a lot longer than the first one I did with Roy West. So after we got into it for a while, I was thinking to myself, this book is pretty good. It's nothing like Super System, perhaps, but there's some similarities, and it's about tournament structure and so forth, and tournament strategy, and there's nothing out there on it other than the one I'd written 10 years before, which is useful but nothing special. And I always knew I could do better than that. So we get the book. It takes 5 months rather, before we actually have it in print, which comes out like March or so of 1995. This was 1994 when she had approached me. And I kept saying, is this book as good as I think it is? Because I thought it was pretty good, and it was. And we self-published. We sold ourselves. There was no middleman, and we retailed it for $40. I even did 200 limited edition of hardcover copies of it, which we sold for $60. We sold them all out. So we sold out the whole printing. So her guesstimate of how much I would make on the book was $25,000. I stopped counting after we'd made over $100,000. I lost track. I just reported whatever my income was on my tax return. I don't even remember how much we made specifically on that book. So that book went extremely well and made a lot of money for me and took a lot of the pressure off me financially. Now I'm kind of basically solvent again. And it got a lot of favorable publicity. And I felt, I did a good job, and I liked the idea that I could actually make some money doing this, which I'd never before, after my first experience, thought was even possible. So anyway, so what's the logical thing we do next? Oh, we write another book. Okay, so what should we do this time? Well, I was casual friends with TJ Qute, and he was at the time probably the #1 tournament player in the world at that time, and he was a fantastic no-limit hold'em player. And at the time, when I first came to Vegas, limit hold'em was the main game. And they didn't even spread no limit hold'em cash games. The only time you played no limit was in tournament situations. But we played a lot of pot limit hold'em, which has similarities to no limit, but not the same. It's a totally different animal. So I played a lot of the pot limit, and so did TJ, as well as limit hold'em and occasional no limit hold'em tournaments, which were few and far between back then. That's totally different now, of course. Anyway, we approached TJ and asked him if he would have an interest in co-authoring a book with the three of us, with Dana being the editor and TJ and I doing the book. And he thought about it, and I told him, we did really well with the tournament poker book, and I said, you're like one of the biggest names out there. People are going to be very interested in anything you have to say about No Limit based on your success. And he agreed. And plus, I said we weren't really close friends, but we were, casual friends and always polite to each other, and hi, how you doing, that kind of stuff. Well, we developed a very strong, very close friendship working together. So next to my tournament poker book, this was the most successful one we did. And we're, again, self-published. So we have no middleman. We split everything a third each. Dana a third, me a third, TJ a third. And the book sold really well. And it was just as almost maybe even more popular. I'm not sure, because I said I don't remember all the exact numbers. But we made a lot of money with it. I said, Jesus. So we thought about maybe we can collaborate on something else. So we just, there's no real Omaha books out there. So at the time, there are now, of course, but there was a few things written on it, but nothing major. So now we did an Omaha book, and that sold well too. We wound up doing 4 books together, and our trajectory of our lives changed because of this. Now, this is not something I could have even conceived, much less planned out in advance. So if it wasn't for Sludikoff originally contacting me to do that very first book, and Dana not giving up after I brushed her off the first time, we did all these other books together. And I wound up with doing 4 books with TJ. I did a couple with Brad Doherty. I did one with Max Stern and Linda Johnson on Stud, Raz, and Stud 8 or better. We each took one of the games, and that was my least successful book I might add. I just couldn't. It just wasn't quite as well written as the others, and those games weren't as popular either. And then I did more Hold'em books and tournament strategies and that kind of stuff. So I wound up doing, from never even considering being an author, I wound up writing 14 books. The 15th and final one was my autobiography, which came out last year.
Poker pioneer, of course. So let me ask you. Let me ask you this in this regard. I know you've won a couple $1 million, I believe, in tournament winnings lifetime. Did you make as much money from all the books as your poker? Did you do better? Was it about the same? How would you rate that?
Oh, I made a lot of money selling the books, all right, but nowhere near as much money as I made playing poker. In fact, I made jokes. I said, I'll die a winner in poker because the amount of money I won at poker, well, I don't have it anymore, so I can't lose back what I don't have. So my financial difficulties, none of them came from poker or gaming. None of it. I used some extremely poor judgment in people I trusted. Getting divorced didn't help any, of course, either. And I basically had to start all over from scratch more than once, from zero. After winning after winning the main event, I would bust more than once. And kept climbing back. I just didn't give up. I don't have a quit in me. That's one of the reasons. And I had enough ability to overcome this. So also the other thing, here's what I didn't have. I didn't have bad habits with drugs or alcohol or anything like that. No substance abuse whatsoever. I hate drugs, hate cigarettes. Of course, I did help with a huge campaign to get smoking out of the poker rooms. That was successful ultimately. So, because I didn't have bad habits in this area, I was able to overcome my own misdeeds and trusting the wrong people and making bad financial decisions. I mean, I tried investments and that kind of stuff. Everything I touched outside the poker arena failed, basically. And my so-called best friend caused, at the time, so-called is right, caused me more damage than my worst enemy ever did, and financially, and havoc in my life. So my judgment at the poker table was pretty good. My judgment away from the poker table was not always as good. I think I'm much smarter now. I'm much more street smart. I was very naive and trusting. I can't, when I think back, how could I have been so stupid? Because I grew up in the Midwest. We're used to keeping our word, doing what we say we're going to do. And of course, I went on that assumption that when someone would tell me or make an arrangement to do something with me, that they'd keep their end of it, which proved to be a falsehood in a lot of, not every case, but in a lot of cases, enough to cause me a lot of permanent financial damage. But life is too short to go around hating people. Basically, I try to just forgive, not forget, but forgive damages that have been placed on me by others, and I try to forgive myself and for any damages I have caused other people, any hurt and pain, which we all at different times have hurt other people, usually someone we really care about, really love you, and I've done that. And so but to go around being, gee, I don't have what I used to have, being bitter about it, no, forget it. Life goes on. So
good attitude. I agree. Let me ask you then, so moving forward, let's talk bankroll management. You're an accountant, bankroll management. More money to be made if you're doing bankroll management, playing in tournaments long-term, playing cash games long-term, and hustling. What would you say would be the better profitable strategy for somebody with bankroll management?
Some of the best tournament players in the world, like I used Dan Negreanu. He was player of the year one year. The very next year, he lost a couple $1 million playing tournaments. The same success he had the previous year, gone the next year. If you're a really good tournament player, the fluctuations are enormous. The very best tournament players, and take any name you want, Helmut, Negreanu, Phil Ivey, any of them, that are top-notch tournament players, they're not going to cash a tournament more than 20% of the time. They just aren't. So no matter how good they are, that means you got a failure rate of at least 80% or close to it. Maybe they'll run a little better for 1 year and cash 25% of the time or so. But overall, you're going to have an 80% failure rate. If you're a Major League Baseball player and get 3 hits in every 10 at bats, you're a 300 hitter, you're a superstar. Okay. If you can consistently cash tournament 20% of the time, you'll be right near the top of the tournament heap. But the fluctuations are tremendous. So you really have to have deep pockets and the talent and the ability and the mental capabilities of handling the swings. Very few people can do that. They may be talented players, but going through long, dry periods where nothing works right, you start getting your sets cracked, or you have a flush or a straight, and someone makes a better hand at the river after all the money's in. There's nothing you can do about that. And in tournaments, the luck factor is much higher because you're always fighting against the clock, like a football team that's running out of time. If they're trailing, they have to do more high-risk plays. Well, you have to do that a lot of times in tournament strategy where you can't play a super solid game. The blinds are eating you up. You're going to have to take a chance. You're going to have to gamble on a few hands that you might not want to play earlier. So the fluctuations and the stress in tournaments are much greater than cash games, where you have a controlled situation where you can get up and quit any time, where you can't in a tournament. You don't start feeling very well, you start doing bad, too bad. if you leave the table, go ahead, but your chips are going to disappear because they'll blind you off. So in a cash game, you can control the amount of time you play. The one good thing about tournaments is that there's usually a fixed amount. You know that what your maximum downside is, unless there's rebuys. And if you're prepared to rebuy, then you factor that in too. But you always know in tournaments how much approximately you're going to have invested in this one particular event. A cash game, that's up to you. But at least you can quit anytime you want. And even the top players playing other top players, even the best ones in the cash games, they're going to do better than they do in tournaments. But they may not win more than 55, 60% of the time if they're playing really strong competition. Maybe a few. It's usually you might have 4 or 5 really good players in the game playing the high stakes, and maybe 1 or 2 that aren't so good, and those are the ones everyone's trying to feed off of, basically. So if you're playing smaller games against weaker players, you can have a 70% win rate in a cash game. And assuming you're a decent player yourself, of course, and you're not playing really strong competition. So that would be typical of most like 1-2 no limit games around town, 1-3 or the small limit games up through 8-16, for example, where most of the players aren't super strong. There'll be a few good ones, obviously, but not like if you're playing 1 in 200, for example, you'd be lucky if there's one guy in the game that's not so good. Even the weaker players can still play at a pretty high level. So it all depends on ego and bankroll on what you're trying to accomplish. Some people they know they're playing against players that might even be better than them, but they just love the action. They love playing against better players, which is what makes a poker game. Dewey Temple used to say the reason poker is so great is that everybody thinks they're the best player. A lot of people
That's good.
Mistakenly, I never thought I was the best player, but usually when I sit down in a game, I might not win, but I figure most of the time, if I'm not the best player in the game, I'm close enough to the other 2 or 3 that might be decent players, where I can hold my own with them and crush everybody else. And of course, there's the luck factor. If there wasn't a luck factor, poker wouldn't be much fun for a lot of people, because bad players can occasionally be good players just by catching better cards or drawing out on them, so forth. When I've done a lot of poker teaching over the years, and one of the things I keep telling people, I said, if you're playing correctly, don't expect the cards to break even, because if you're playing correctly, you're putting your money in with the best hand more than your opponents are, which means they're going to be drawing out more on you than you are on them, because you're not taking the worst of it as much as they are. So don't expect it to like just balance out. It doesn't work that way.
What is your advice? I'd love to say this to you. Obviously, a lot has changed since you moved here to Vegas in 1979, obviously. But is this still the place for somebody who wants to be a full-time poker player to move to, first? And secondly, what do you say to them who move here? Obviously, you would probably say have a full-time job. Obviously, practice and do tournaments when you're not working. Try to improve your game, obviously. But I imagine, like, what would you advise somebody who has those dreams? Obviously, there are tens and thousands more players now playing in these tournaments. There's more people willing to take risks and chances, and as you say, just gamble more than ever, not play by the poker standards and rules. Of course, we call some of those players donkeys, I'm sure you know. The reality, though, of what it comes down to is, like, what do you say to young people today who have full-time poker pro ambitions?
Well, most most people, I mean, the general advice that you would get from most people is don't do it. But putting that aside, that's what I was told, and I ignored that. And I expect most people that want to give it a serious shot are not. They don't. They may be told not to do it, but they're going to take their chances anyway. So here's what I would advise. One thing, I really believe to be successful at poker, first of all, you have to be smarter than the average guy. There's no such thing as a stupid guy that is successful at poker on a consistent basis. That doesn't exist. Most of the top pros would be very successful in other areas of their life if they chose to pursue them. So you have to have someone that A, is willing to learn, B, has a native intelligence, and C, has to have enough discipline to avoid some of the things I did that were so stupid as far as managing my money. You would think as an accountant I would have done a better job than I did, but I screwed up trusting, I said, the wrong people, making bad investments, and not many things. I got long stories about that. But what I would tell them, if they're really going to be serious, you have to have enough of a bankroll where you can survive for 6 months would be the minimum. A year would be more likely. Enough to live on for a year, because your poker money is separate from your living money. If you just combine it, then if you're like gambling with your rent money, that's usually not going to work out too well. So you have to have enough of a cushion where wherever you earned that money before or inherited it or whatever you did to get it, you have to have enough to survive for a minimum of 6 months, and that's just taking a shot. But you really need enough for about a year so you can handle the fluctuations. If you're not a winning player, it doesn't matter, because you're not, in the end, they're going to nail you anyways. So you're eventually going to go broke. But you got to be willing to learn from your mistakes. You have to dedicate yourself. I always said you got to be dedicated to the point of fanaticism if you want to really make it as a poker player. If you're dead certain that you think you have the ability to do it, and are willing to put the effort in, to think playing poker, that sounds like a lot of fun. Well, it is a lot of fun, but if you're trying to survive, make a living off of it, it's a business first and foremost. You have to treat it like a business, and not just say, it's just fun and games. Now, some of these guys with a lot of money that play high stakes, if they lose, so what? They don't care. But if you have to really rely on poker for your income, you better be very careful on your money management. Things I made mistakes on, which I wrote about in the book, I might add, what not to do. So loaning out money, which has got me in a lot of trouble, is usually a very bad thing to do. Keeping your word, I think, is critical. If poker players' word is no good and they go broke and are trying to get a stake, they're going to have a much harder time if they won't. So he's not trustworthy. Why should I help him out? So if you borrow money or have an arrangement with someone that, like, for sponsorship or even partial sponsorship, make sure you keep your word. I used to loan people money just so they'd go away and not bother me, because I know once you loan somebody some money, they would just avoid you unless they were faithful and repaying when they said they would. So if you owe somebody money, well, you avoid them, right? So they would go away and stop bothering me. That's a pretty stupid and expensive way to get rid of people that are not desirable in your life. So
Okay, so let me ask you, let me move forward here. So do you believe anybody who's never had any tournament success whatsoever, they say, I've won millions of dollars playing poker, but they have no record in any of the major tournaments. They've never been to a final table of any WSOP event. Do you believe those people, or do you believe that's just a bunch of hogwash?
I think they are deceiving themselves. It's also, with these big World Series fields, it's not unusual to go long stretches, but as an accountant, I always was meticulous with my record keeping. That's why I know where I screwed up and what games I did the best in, and what tournaments. To this day, I keep completely accurate records. So there's no kidding. People, they tend to remember some of their successes, but they kind of blank out some of the things that didn't go well. Can't do that. You better know exactly what you're doing. So you have to keep records on your cash game play as well as your tournament play. And if you're not cashing more than, say, 5% of the time in tournaments, you're a losing tournament player. Excuse me. So one of my best friends, I'm not going to mention his name, but he keeps thinking he's just running bad. Well, he's been running bad for 10 years in tournaments, I'm talking about. And he has his own philosophy and thinking. We argue poker all the time. His approach is so different from mine. And he won't listen to me. He just is convinced he's on the right path, but the results don't show it. Well, he's kidding himself. But he's my best friend, so who am I to, as long as he's not jeopardizing his financial situation, he has enough money for the stakes he plays, or if he's not winning, it's not going to ruin him financially. But he's not a winning player, and hasn't been, and never has been. But he thinks he's playing right. Now, there's a lot of people like that, that have some success. No one loses all the time. Even the bad players are going to win once in a while. So if you even have marginal skills, you're going to win some of the time. And that's always a success. Little successes even, they encourage people. But reality is quite a bit different. He says, "Oh, you're being negative." Okay. Well, it may sound negative, but I think it's more like I'm being realistic. So you have to approach this with your eyes wide open. The biggest problem everybody has is themselves. They got to control themselves first. They have to have the ability. See, that was part of it with him too. His ability is not as high as he thinks it is, and I know that. But he's okay playing mediocre players and stuff. But if he starts to play bigger stakes against better players, no, he's a fish out of water. And people, they don't want to hear that. He doesn't want to hear it, and so what can I do? I just encourage him and say, "Well, I hope you're right." And if he's doing something where I really think is wrong, I try to dissuade him. So, but it's tough. Everybody that plays poker thinks they know how to play, even when the results aren't there. And not everybody says they want to win, but they don't do what it takes to win. A lot of people.
I want to reflect back on you and, of course, Doyle Brunson, Johnny Chan, and some of the other greats from that era, of course, and today. But during your era, when you were at the top of your game, do you think that you and Doyle and all the bigger players, and even the bigger players today, that they tend to bluff less, or do you think that's just a circumstance situation?
I think we bluff less, way less than what people think. But we read situations right. We know, people like Doyle and Chan, they're experts at sensing when someone is either weak or can't handle the pressure. You know, that will fold a slightly better hand when they'll do it. You know, there's a lot of psychology involved, and Doyle and people like Chan and several others, Ivy, of course, and Negrano, they're expert psychologists. That Negrano, he likes to talk people to death. He's constantly trying to engage people in a conversation. So I have a very simple situation when I'm at the same table with him. If he asks me something, usually about my chips or something, or you know, I don't talk to him. I mean, other than if I'm not in the hand and he asks me a question, yes, I'll answer it and that kind of thing. But the best way to handle people like Negrano that are getting a lot of information off you by engaging in conversation is just don't talk to them. You're not required to answer a question. Besides, poker players are notorious that, you know, if their lips are moving, they're probably lying about something at the table. That's not always the case, of course, but you're not always going to get a truthful answer anyways, but even that's information. So every time you answer a question from a skilled tactician, like Negrano is a classic example of a guy who gets a lot of information just by engaging people in conversations. You're better off keeping quiet.
Tell me about your contributions to poker as far as getting smoking off the poker tables, out of the rooms, in general, all those contributions.
The World Series went non-smoking for the first time in the year 2002 at the World Series. That's not exactly ancient history, although it might seem so to some of the younger players. Up until then, people could smoke at the table. There was more arguments over that. I realized a long time before we finally got it eliminated that there could be no compromise. You know, it had to go. It just had to go. A lot of the casinos were fearful that players would stop going to tournaments if they couldn't smoke. They don't have to quit smoking. They just have to take it outside. That's all. Yeah, they're not going to quit playing poker because they can't smoke at the table. Believe me, it's just, you know, a lot of them threatened to do that, and they are all basically full of crap because they didn't have to quit their nasty habit, but they just couldn't chain smoke at the table. Even T.J. Cloutier used to smoke all the time at the table. He thinks that getting smoking eliminated from poker rooms saved his life because he started to have some attacks and fainting and that kind of thing, and it was all smoking related. And so he finally quit. And right about the time we got it completely outlawed, he completely quit. And he was a heavy smoker too. And he thinks he's alive today because he did. Otherwise, he most likely wouldn't have made it. You know, heart would have given out. So there was a lot of resistance from casinos and some of the players, but eventually the idea started to catch on. We were circulating petitions and going to management. It wasn't just me. I had several other people fairly prominent in the poker world doing that. We had big names signing our petitions, like people like Chip Reese and Doyle. Even in a lot of some of the people would sign the petition and then put in parentheses after their name, smoker. Even some of the smokers, they finally got through the idea. Of course, casinos were full of nonsense about thinking they were going to lose business. What happened was, once we finally got rid of it, more people came back. They couldn't stand it before. They were like me. Sometimes, I mean, I would have to quit cash games because I couldn't stand it. I was being, you know, smokers on both sides. You can't even imagine now how bad it was. And people putting up with that nonsense. Everybody knows smoking is terrible for you to begin with. And if you're a non-smoker, it's really disgusting. have it because it stinks up your clothes. It's totally unhealthy. I mean, to this day, I can't understand why people want to start smoking. That, some people have been smoking their whole lives. They're addicted. I get it. But to start smoking now, when I've known 4 people that didn't smoke cigarettes, 4 that died from throat or lung cancer because they were subjected to secondhand smoke, even though they didn't smoke, either at home or at work or both. So if anybody thinks that they're immune to the effects of it, that they don't know what they're talking about. There's just too much proof to the contrary. But some people are going to do it anyways. It's like drinking too much. Some people become alcoholics. They can't quit.
But here's what I'm going to say to you. You are, a very enlightened person in the world of gambling and poker playing and high stakes, of course. So let me ask you a couple more to end up. Do you think that the tales that are told about poker winnings and poker stories, that many of these stories are overhyped in pop culture and people don't really know what really happened in a lot of cases?
Absolutely. You're spot on. Players tend to exaggerate. It might be a partial truth, but things that aren't hyped, that are true, that are kind of hyped, are the really weird proposition bets some of these people make. There's some incredible stories about prop bets that are true. A person like the regular world, regular meaning they play a little poker on the side, but they're in business for themselves or working in a regular job. They can't even fathom what these people do, the kind of betting the side bets they make, and living off gaming. You have to be extremely talented, either a handicapper, if you're an expert sports bettor, or most of the successful professional gamblers, want to call them, that are poker players. So that is the one area where if you're good enough, you can overcome the luck factor and everything else. In the long run, you're rewarded for making correct decisions in the long run at the poker table. And you kind of are the same way in life, I think. There's a lot of similarities between a successful life and being a successful poker player. But
what do you think going forward? So now let's talk about your contributions. Besides, of course, winning the WSOP main event in 1983, you also had work running the tournaments at the WSOP. So tell me about that, and what do you think makes a good poker tournament, like a structure?
Well, it used to be, the tournaments used to be dollar for dollar. And sometimes the structure would be a little bit too fast for the amount of chips in play. Now that changed, and now for the first 30 years of the World Series main event, he's got 10,000 chips for your 10,000 buy-in. So that finally changed, and they started giving people more chips, more time to play. Poker was never going to catch on as a spectator sport until people could see the whole cards. I used to say that before they had the whole card camera. I said, people aren't going to be that interested in poker if all they can see is the end result of the hand without any of the strategy. And of course, some of the players were resistant to that too, of course, at the beginning, because they were afraid they were giving away too many secrets. Well, this is how you get new players. Poker is very successful because there's a lot of new blood coming in all the time. Well, so-and-so did it. Moneymaker did it. He doesn't seem any smarter than me. I think I could do it. Well, they have a point. Maybe they can. You just don't know. But I lost my train of thought. What were we talking about?
What do you think makes a good poker tournament in general? Like, what is the structure?
A good structure. I played a tournament last night at the Orleans. I went out in the 12th round. I didn't cash, but I went fairly deep in the tournament. But they start out with 30,000 chips, and the blinds are 1 in 200. But they do 20-minute rounds for the first couple hours of the tournament. So it goes up on a regular basis. But one of the reasons the World Series is so popular is that there is plenty of play to it in all the events. In the main event, you start with 60,000 in chips. In some cases, I think it's almost too much play because it takes too long. The older you get, your stamina is not so good anymore. So I can't play the same amount of tournaments or time at the table that I used to because I'm older now. And my stamina just didn't hold up. So I really pace myself at the World Series. But to me, they're the bench water. They're extremely well-run tournaments, extremely good structure. You go online and you look up a particular tournament you have an interest in, and they'll tell you exactly how many chips, the time limits, and so forth. So even the ones with a little bit faster time limit, they give you enough to play to start with. So people are getting a fair bang for their buck when they play the tournaments. So I think the World Series is always the benchmark. But a lot of other players are not our players. A lot of other casinos do extremely well with their tournaments. Wynn, for example, has next to the World Series, I think it's about the second biggest tournament in every December now, and they have very good structure. So the Venetian and so forth. But even the local tournaments, the daily tournaments around town, they're giving people a little bit more play. But tournaments that are going to take 12 or 13 hours that are one-day tournaments, that's a little bit much. Then they need to either reduce the amount of playing time or the amount of starting chips. You got to make it reasonable if you're going to do a one-day tournament. And if you're not going to do a one-day tournament, fine, then give them more time, more play. So they have to decide how long they want this tournament to last. And that's a factor in whether or not how many starting chips they're going to have, what the time limits are going to be. So,
Last question for you. So let's just talk about it. So from 1979 to 2025, you're here in Las Vegas. You see the changing of the entire poker community going from 100 people to now tens of thousands in some of these World Series of Poker tournaments. But what do you think about what came of Las Vegas from 1979 to now? What is Las Vegas today? And being able to see the changes from the end of the mob era to the beginning of where we are now. What are your thoughts on where we are today?
Welcome to corporate America. The people like the Binions that had personal relationships with their customers, gone by the wayside, pretty much. It's all very corporate run. Bean counters that say, well, if we don't make a profit here, there's something wrong with it. Like as a staunch local, the fact that they started charging for parking, I thought was insane. Are you kidding me? You're taking the worst of it when you go in the casino to begin with, and now they want to charge you to park your car. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Things like that. The humanity, the personal touch is gone completely. It's nothing like when I started. And it'll never go back that way either. I don't anticipate that ever happening again. But a lot of the original casino pioneers, they've passed on now. I loved Benny Binion. I thought he was a fabulous character. He was really something. If a guy was broke or down on his luck, he'd feed him, sometimes give him money. Not because they might have lost it in his casino, but because he's trying to have that human touch. That's why people love the Binions for doing that. Now, once Sister Becky got involved with her husband, Nick, that was not so good because they were from a different stripe, so to speak. But people like Jack Binion and Benny, they were one of a kind, very unique people. And there was other great pioneers in the poker industry, like Jackie Gone and his family. They're still active today. And so one of the Gone properties is South Point, and that's my favorite place to play because I think that's the most well-run poker room in town. With maybe the Wynn is comparable and the Venetian, but as far as for the caters to a lot of locals there, and the people are nice. The card room, I mean, it's a very nice, well-run staff. I love playing there. Then the average casino customer there in the poker room, they're much nicer for some reason out there. So even though some of the games are a little on the tight side, I'd say, not quite as much loose action, but it's just a more pleasant environment. Very well lit room, well run. Room between the tables. You're not crowded on top of each other like you are at the Bellagio and some of these other places. So, things like that. But the personal touch is just not the same anymore. It never will be again.
Finally, what do you want people to take away from your book, Poker Pioneer? And besides, poker champion, of course, and author, we also have to call you Professor of Poker, Tom McEvoy, for your lesson today.
That's true. I did something a little bit different in my autobiography. One thing, there's no strategy in there. It's all stories. But before I did the book, when I talked it over with Brad Smith, I said, we're going to do something different in this book than some of the other books out there by poker authors. We're going to tell the truth. And that means warts and all. That means I'm going to talk about my mistakes as well as my successes. For one thing, it'll be a little more believable. I think if people say, well, wait a minute, he screwed up here. Yeah, I did. And maybe I can learn from that. Or maybe they can learn from that. So I tell you not only what to do to be successful, but what not to do. So that's, I felt, put it this way, from my perspective, there's not 1 ounce of bullshit in that book. Everything I said happened. And I didn't have to invent stories. I had a lot of dealings with a lot of the biggest names in poker, and a lot of those stories are in there. And also, some of my opinion on some of these people is also in there from my personal experiences. So some people aren't going to be happy with what I had to say, and they're not happy. And people like Johnny Chan, for example, he's not going to like anything in there. And David Skolansky, the same thing. He's done a lot of good things for poker, Skolansky, but he's also not a very good human being. Things like that. So I had to be a little careful on some of the things that I didn't want to get sued again. I've been sued before for things I said that I shouldn't have, maybe that were true, but it didn't matter. You're not supposed to say certain things without incurring a potential problem that they want to go after you. So, but there's, I couldn't put exactly everything in there, but most of the stuff I think is pretty interesting too. If they have any interest in kind of the history of poker, how it's evolved over the years, this book is all about that. It'll tell you, because I've had a very long career. I'm not ready to retire to a rocking chair yet either, so I'm still out there, not as much as before. I used to travel maybe 5 months out of the year for tournaments on the tournament circuit. I don't do that anymore. I'll make an occasional short trip maybe somewhere, but most of the time when I travel, it's usually to visit family or friends somewhere. I did get to visit Brad, my co-author, last year in Ohio, and they treated me very nice there. I'm kind of a decent-sized fish in a very large pond in Vegas, but I'm a whale in Ohio. They really fussed over me, and it made me feel pretty nice, actually. Yeah, because they don't get to play too often against any World Series main event player or Hall of Famer. So I was very well received. I said, well, Brad, when do you want me back? I'll be happy to do it again. Brad and I became very close friends. We're not just book partners, but we have a very strong personal relationship. And he wasn't sure he was qualified to do this autobiography, but he had written some other stuff about old, no longer in existence casinos in Las Vegas. And he had done a whole series of articles for the Casino Collectibles Association magazine. And I read these and I said, I think you got a book here, Brad, if you wanted to pursue it further. I said, this is very well researched, very well done. I really like what you have to say here. And he said, well, thank you and all that. And then I had tried starting my autobiography a couple other times, and I didn't get very far. I realized, just like I did with my first book with Roy West, that I needed someone there to do it with me. And he wasn't sure he was qualified. And I said, well, Brad, if you're willing to take a chance on you, I'm willing to take a chance on you. And he was absolutely the right guy. So I met the right guy at the right time, the right place, and it finally happened.
Well, I'm grateful that Brad was able to connect us today. And 1983 World Series of Poker main event champion and Poker Hall of Famer Tom McEvoy. Thank you so much for joining us today on CYInterview. Again, the book is called Poker Pioneer. You can find it on Amazon. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Chris. I enjoyed it very much. I'll be happy to come back anytime.
Oh, we can't wait to have you back, Tom. Thank you so much.
Take care.
Chris Yandeck, CYInterview, covering Las Vegas and the world. On March 15th, a new movie will be airing on Lifetime, taken at a basketball game. It'll debut at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And we've got a couple of the actresses from the film. We welcome today Claire Qute and Moni Ogunsuyi. Claire, Moni, thank you both for being on CYInterview today. How are you both doing today?
Good.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good, good. So why don't we begin with one question I always love to ask everybody that gets in the acting profession, and I'll start with Claire, and then Moni can answer. Why did you both want to become actresses?
Ooh. I feel like from the second I was born, I've just been in love with movies, and I kind of navigate the world that way. I've always loved performing, but I've especially just always loved film and the craft of film. So yeah, I started acting professionally very young, and I just never stopped because it's my true love. So yeah.
Moni?
Yeah, and for me, so I didn't think that I was good enough to be an actor when I was younger, so I kind of didn't do it until I randomly got into background acting, and I was upgraded on set by FET Brown. And through that, I was able to get an agent. I started taking classes, and then I realized that I actually loved acting, and I kind of discounted myself at first. I'm really happy that I got into it because it has grown to be one of my best passions, honestly.
Sounds great. So this movie is really about some very serious topics: kidnapping, human trafficking. I'll start with Claire. Tell me about playing Robin.
Oh my goodness. It was definitely really intense. I thrive off of roles like this. I love thrillers, but to be isolated, we were shooting in Calgary, and I have no family and friends there, and we were just in the middle of nowhere. It was really cold, and obviously playing a girl who's heavily abused and taken and far from everything that she knows, being literally in the middle of nowhere, and from my perspective, definitely helped me to get into the character. But it was a lot of screaming, a lot of crying. It was really intense. I would end off every day feeling like drained, and it took me like weeks after the project to kind of get back to normal. But I love Robin because she's a fighter, and like something that Ruba and DB and I talked about a lot, like every day, was that we never wanted her to just be like accepting her circumstances. Like the whole film, she's still fighting and she still has hope no matter what. And so that was a really fun like juxtaposition to play for me, of being petrified and not knowing what's going to happen, and not knowing if there's going to be a happy ending, but still fighting to get through it.
Moni, tell me about your character of Lisa.
I'm playing Splendid. So Splendid is she's a worker. She's a sex worker, and she's had a very rough upbringing. And she's trying to get out of the circumstances that she's in currently. So basically, in order for me to play that role, I had to kind of delve deep into my past, because I've actually seen women like this firsthand. It's actually way more common than you think. So the trafficking part like happens a lot. So unfortunately, when I was younger, I did witness my friends. That happened to one particular friend that I know of. So I was pulling a lot from that, and I just wanted to give women who were going through that kind of a voice, and I hope I did that role justice. It was really hard. Like, you have to kind of create a different persona, kind of a mask, which is different from who she was on the inside. So I tried my best, and I hope I did it justice, because it's really hard, honestly, to go through that and to fight to get out. And yeah.
Oh, absolutely. No denying that. So you both get to play alongside seasoned actor DB Woodside. Claire, what was that like for?
Oh, he's amazing. It was really fun because like our characters are like an estranged father-daughter, so I didn't have to like spend that much time with him. Well, like I wanted to, but like for the seconds that we had together, it was just like instant chemistry, and it was so easy to bounce off of each other. Like we would kind of be in awe of that because, as I said, we didn't really get that many scenes. So for the moments that I had, I'm so grateful to work with him. And I feel like there's a lot of like natural father-daughter chemistry, even with the like underlayer of being estranged, and like we didn't like have a regular relationship, I suppose you could say. And yet I still feel like it played really nicely, and I love him. He's just amazing to work with. He's a very talented, like all-around professional writer, actor, everything. So, yeah.
Moni, thoughts on working with DB?
Oh, I loved working with DB. Honestly, he's so funny. We were always making jokes. Because he's a veteran actor, he has so much knowledge to give. And like, I was able to just ask him, like, what do you think about this for Splendid? What are the ideas that you have for this? Because he was so invested in the project. Like, he was such a gem to work with. He has such an extensive background. So I'm not necessarily new, but I'm sort of new to the industry. So to get all of that advice from him and support from him meant a lot. He's fantastic, honestly.
Taken at a Basketball Game again airs on Lifetime, debuts March 15th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Both of you, what do you hope people take away from this film first, Claire?
I feel like it's a really powerful PSA, I guess you could say. Like, it's something that unfortunately happens a lot, and I really hope that people just kind of see it as a cautionary tale, but also a tale of redemption. Like, it's a really powerful story in terms of character, but it's also, like I said, something that actually happens, which is like horrifying. But it's an important thing for people to see, and to see that it's just easy, like it happens easily. So like, I don't know. I feel like that's the biggest thing for me, is like a cautionary tale, but also a redemption story.
Moni, thoughts?
I would second everything that Claire said. I hope that people are moved by the story. I hope that people realize how easily these things happen right in our backyards most of the time, right under our noses most of the time. And honestly, I hope that people are moved by the performances. We had such a great cast, such powerhouses on the cast, and I think we came together to make a great film that has a great message behind it.
Yeah.
What have you both learned about the subject of human trafficking after filming this project? Claire?
I learned, I don't know how much I'm allowed to say, but the way that it happens feels like something, I want to keep saying something that could effortlessly happen, because the people who do it are so likable, and like they're people that you wouldn't really like target as like, oh, watch out for them. So it's just something that could like just happen. And like I'm personally a very like trusting person, and I like to see the good in people, and like when I'm out, I'm pretty open, and like I love meeting new people. I love making connections and stuff. So like for Robin, who's also trusting and like naive, she would easily go forward and be like, hi, like what's your name? Like it's so easy to just get into that and not like have a guard up. But in this like situation where like it's a huge stadium and like you can just easily lose someone like no matter what, I feel like I just learned, I guess, that like maybe I shouldn't be so trusting. Like I still want to see the good in people, but it's definitely important to like have your guard up in some ways still.
Moni, thoughts? What have you learned about human trafficking since doing this project?
What I've learned is how much of a toll it takes on your mental health. I learned that it can completely change someone, so they can go in one way and come out a completely different way, a completely different person. It completely changes you. And it's really, really unfortunate. And just like what Claire said, how easily it can happen. And it can happen to anyone, like regardless of your age, regardless of your gender, like it can completely happen to anyone. And it's so easily kind of like overlooked. And yeah, it's just kind of scary, like how fast these things happen.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So I wanted to focus on an acting career highlight from both of you before we wrap up today and talk about a few other things. But let's start with Kurt. What was it like to be in Lady Ada's Secret Society?
Oh, amazing. We just wrapped season 2 as well, so it's such a good show. It's about girls who are in STEM / aspire to be in STEM, and I just love seeing like the misfit, like brainy characters kind of taking the leads and showing especially girls that it is admirable to love math and science and technology and things like that. And it's so quippy and fun and silly, but like a smart humor. And it just appeals to so many audiences. I'm stoked because season 2 has a lot of really powerful messages in it. I was like grateful enough to be able to write one of the episodes. So yeah, it's amazing. And Shannon Fuster is the producer writer of that. She's amazing. It's such a good show. I'm excited about the next.
And Moni, congratulations. You were in, of course, the film The Apprentice, based on Donald Trump and all that crazy stuff. That got a lot of recognition at a lot of film festivals and award ceremonies. What was it like to be in The Apprentice?
Honestly, Sebastian Stan is amazing. He was such a gem to work with. I was able to just get into the character. Ali is such a great director as well. So I was able to get into the character. I was able to work with someone who is so talented. And at the end, he was like, thank you so much for coming. You did an amazing job. They were so welcoming. And yeah, I absolutely loved it. I was honored to be there. And I was so happy, honestly, by the end of everything. The movie looked great. Everyone on that set was amazing. And I'm so thankful to have worked on that.
So the final question is for Taken at a Basketball Game, which airs on Lifetime, debuts March 15th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. The only scene that you guys filmed together is the last scene of the movie. So what was that like to film that last scene together?
That's a good question. Well, we actually did film that near the end of the project, luckily. So she and I had like hung out like every day up until then. But it was definitely cool to see each other in character because obviously I got to know her as Moni and she got to know me as Claire.
Yeah.
So acting with her was a dream. I hope we get to do it more. Because yeah, literally it was it was just like, by the way, we're both in the movie.
Like finally.
Yeah, I know. So it was great though. She's amazing.
So are you.
Moni,
Thank
thoughts?
Honestly, it was such a great way, I think, to end the film. I think it showed like how two women who kind of just went through similar experiences were able to come together and embrace each other. And I think we both saw the fighter within each other in that scene. And I'm really happy that we got to finally have a scene together.
Yes.
Final one here. CYInterview is based in Las Vegas. Have either of you been to Las Vegas? Do you want to come to Las Vegas first?
I've never been. I would love to go though.
It's so fun.
One of the things, guys, is that there are just so many live shows every night, 40, 50, 60 live performances, so many great artists, performers, actors, singers, dancers, comedians, you name it. There's just everything here. So anybody who's a true performing artist, they have to come here at least once in their life to see the great artist. It's just unbelievable. I promise you guys.
Yeah, it's honestly great. It's a great city for sure.
All right, guys, we're going to rack up. Last question. Claire, what do you hope to accomplish in your acting future?
Ooh, I want to win Oscars. I want to work with the greats, especially Emma Thompson. She's my favorite actress, and I really want to work with her. But yeah, I'm a filmmaker too, so I want to continue to direct and write my own films. I love horror. I love thriller. I want to stay in that lane as much as I can. I also love comedy, but I really love horror, thriller, and yeah.
Moni?
I know this sounds like typical actor. I would love to work with Denzel Washington or Angela Bassett. I absolutely love them. I've been watching them since I was a kid. I think that they are so talented, especially Denzel, even Angela Bassett. But I watched John Q, fell in love with it when I was young, and my dream would be to work with him. I'd also love to win awards, but I think that would be like a career high for me to be able to book something that Denzel was also a part of, honestly.
Yeah, Angela's a past CYInterview guest. That was like, I don't know, 17 years ago, if you can believe it. But
Yeah.
she's phenomenal. Just her presence and her command of just everything is phenomenal. She is just so enthused. And that's something you should learn about, a successful career is just continue to be enthused, because she's enthused in everything she does, and you can just tell, Moni.
Yeah, I absolutely love her. I would say my favorite scene from her is like kind of the one that's, I don't want to say it's the most popular, but Waiting to Exhale, it's such a classic, and she improvised that entire scene in the closet where she was like taking off. She's so talented, and beautiful. So yeah, those are my two that I'd love to work with.
Absolutely. Taking It a Basketball Game again airs March 15th, Lifetime, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Claire, Moni, thank you both for being on CYInterview. Of course, if you watched this full video, please hit the subscribe button below to keep up with everything we have going on here at CYInterview in Las Vegas and beyond. Thank you both for being on CYInterview today.
Thank
you so much for having us.
Thank you.
I'm Chris Shandek. Today on CYInterview, we welcome fight television commentator, former referee, and one of the most interesting people who can tell you anything about different fight promotions, fighting styles, and everything in general. The one, the only, and also, of course, the co-author of Is This Legal? Sean Wheelock is here with us. Sean, so great to finally have you on CYInterview after knowing you all these years. How are you, sir?
Great, Chris. Thank you so much for having me. Just before we got on air, we were reminiscing that it was 5 years ago this month July 2018 in Las Vegas when I saw you in person last. And that, of course, was the UFC Hall of Fame ceremony when Art Davie was inducted. And one of the big thrills of my life, Art, who I tell people he's my later in life father, had me give his introductory speech. And it was just an amazing night. It was great for me, but in a very selfless sense, because I truly love Art. And to see the man who created the UFC enshrined as the creator of the UFC and the UFC Hall of Fame was just absolutely incredible.
Well, I think we're going to talk about that. I wanted to mention that to you up front, but let's go back a second here. Of course, Art Davie's the man who made mixed martial arts mainstream in the world. I mean, it's the beginning. He's the co-founder of the first UFC ever. And interesting enough, of course, the 30th anniversary is this coming November. So looking back on writing Is This Legal? And of course, the story of the first UFC, what do you look back upon as we get to that 30th anniversary? And of course, then secondly, reflecting back on the induction speech you gave for Art at the UFC Hall of Fame here at the Pops in 2018 in Las Vegas.
Yeah, Chris, a great question. And what I really look back, and if people haven't read the book, I would encourage them to, not just because we get the big 50 or 60 cent royalty per book, but
that's right,
to see the struggle. And here's what's lost to history. And I think for MMA fans who are 25 and younger, this is almost impossible to understand that this was an outlaw sport, that Art essentially had to trick his way into Colorado. Colorado had the Sabaki Challenge in Denver, and it was a full contact karate tournament. And he kind of tricked his way in that it was going to be some sort of karate tournament. Art will tell you now that if the authorities in Denver, if the authorities of the state of Colorado had understood what he was doing, they probably would have been shut down. And as an aside, right. And as an aside, Is This Legal? The title comes from a pitch meeting that Art and his partner, Rorion Gracie, had to Chuck Norris. And Chuck Norris just kept saying, but is this legal? Like, Chuck Norris kept thinking that if he were involved, Art didn't want Chuck Norris to fight. He was in his 50s by that point, but to commentate, be an ambassador, be whatever he wanted, just be a professional Chuck Norris. But Chuck Norris thought the National Guard or the Marines or the FBI or the Colorado State Police were going to come in and shut this down. This was seen as an outlaw sport. A man named Jim Coleman, who was the editor of Black Belt magazine, wrote that it was dirty fighting. People from Dennis Alexio to Dan Cable told Art, absolutely not. I don't want to be involved. So to see 30 years later, as we're recording this, the UFC is on, and it's on a Disney property on ESPN. To see that it's gone from an absolutely illegal sport where Chuck Norris thinks the police are going to shut it down to being Disney-fied, and I mean that in the best possible sense. I mean, that's phenomenal. That's credit to Art, and that's just a massive shift that we've had in our culture.
Yeah, I mean, 30 years, a lot has changed, obviously. So, looking forward to that, then moving forward, having to induct the man who basically brought mixed martial arts to the mainstream in America, now across the world. What was that like back at the Pomps in 2018 with Art, who, of course, is a multiple-time past CYInterview guest and friend also?
Yeah, so I refer to Art as my later-in-life father, and just a little backstory. So my dad was about a generation older than my mom. I was raised by my mom. My dad was in my life, but I was most definitely raised by my mom, and I'm a product of my mom. My dad passed away in 2011. I met Art, maybe coincidentally, maybe not coincidentally, as I think about it, in 2011. And that really is what Art is. He's my later-in-life father. About 6 years ago, my older daughter, Ellie, put in Art in my phone as Dad. And at first I kind of bristled. And I thought, no, you know what? That's actually pretty appropriate. An insight on Art Davie, my daughters, Ellie and Hadley, call him Grandpa Art. He sends them birthday gifts. He sends them Christmas gifts. He's their grandfather in their life. So people all the time say, oh, he's my brother, or he's my father. He's my, no disrespect to my actual dad, but Art Davie is my later in life father. Our friendship has gone to that of a later in life father and son. So while it felt natural that Art would ask me, I assumed nothing in life, and I was still thrilled. because he could have asked Dan Severn. He could have asked John McCarthy. He could have asked Horion Gracie. He could have asked Randy Couture. There were so many people he could have asked who would have said yes, but he asked me. And that meant so much to me on a personal level.
Oh, it was a great speech. We were there for that. It was a wonderful evening that Art finally got to be celebrated in the way that he should be and be in the UFC Hall of Fame, of course. So then moving forward, let's talk about today. What is it like? Of course, Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship is the main one that you do a lot of commentating for, but you do a lot of ones for other fighting promotions. What is it like to be a traveling fight commentator? And there's just so many promotions now, and there's just something for everybody. And again, this is because of what Art envisioned almost 30 years ago.
Yeah, the way I'm wired, Chris, and because you know me, you probably know this. If someone said to me, all right, for X number of dollars, you can either do 10 shows a year or 50 shows a year, man, I'm taking the 50 because I love getting on a plane, flying to a different city, flying to a different country, and commentating fights. And something I'm really proud of right now, BKFC, which I'm infinitely proud of, is my main gig. But that I commentate. I just happen to have this on today because I wore this to the gym. This is my World Lightweight Championship t-shirt. They're out of business now. A lot of political problems in Myanmar, which we don't need to discuss. That ended the promotion. But the fact that I had a chance to go to Myanmar on multiple occasions and commentate Letway is something really amazing to me. The fact that I commentate bare knuckle, and I'm not bragging, of course, I'm from Kansas, I'm incapable of bragging, but just throughout my career that I've had the opportunity to commentate MMA, boxing, Letway, Muay Thai, bare knuckle, of course, submission grappling. I take a lot of pride in that. Weirdly, I was having this conversation with a friend of mine who's a lawyer for a lot of fighters. We were saying, there are boxing people and then there are fight people. I'm most definitely a fight guy. MMA is running through my DNA, I think, but I'm a fight guy. I love commentating fights. I love being at fights, whether that's BKFC or World Lightweight Championship, or I'm doing Triller Fight Club boxing, or doing MMA. I still do a number of shows on Fight Pass. I did Combat FC 2 weeks ago in Boston. I have Fighting Alliance Championship in Kansas City coming up in 2 weeks. I love commentating fights. And as much as I love MMA, to be able to commentate other fighting events and with BKFC, which I know we'll talk about in this interview, that's great. One thing when I was at Bellator, and I was there 2010 through 2015, I contractually could not do anything else. And I really wanted to do boxing. So I'm not talking bare knuckle now, I'm talking on boxing. The fact that I've had a chance to do a lot of boxing post Bellator in the last 7 years has been amazing for me. And the fact that I found, knock on wood, what I think is my home, and hopefully the last home professionally that I have in my career with BKFC, that feels really good too.
The thing of what it comes down to is because you've been a boxing referee or a fight commentator, you're commentating on all these different kinds of fight genres. What do you see like, of course, we go back to the 90s before the MMA, everybody would look at, of course, the next Tyson fight or the next Holyfield fight or the next Lewis fight. And then, of course, over the last, 20 to 30 years, now we look for the big MMA fights. And Floyd Mayweather was there, and there were a couple of others. But now we really only talk about the big boxing fights. And it seems like in the recent years, boxing has been revitalized a little bit. So where do you think we are currently in the competition of boxing versus MMA versus everything in between?
I think that if I were 30 years younger, I might not watch boxing. Because I'm of an age where I was a kid. I was in high school when UFC 1 started. I had already been a boxing fan at that point for probably 10 years, maybe 11, 12 years. I don't remember a time when I wasn't a boxing fan. I'm talking like kindergarten or pre-kindergarten. I also loved pro wrestling. But if I were 30 years younger, I'm not sure that I would be watching boxing. And I think MMA has done a great job of taking the kids like me and making them MMA fans. A lot of that just has to do with accessibility. It's a lot easier and a lot more affordable to watch MMA than it is to watch boxing at the highest level. You can definitely find boxing, but to watch boxing at the highest level, there's a financial commitment that if you're raised by a single mom who's a public school art teacher, not making a lot of money, okay, we could afford to get us HBO. She wouldn't have been able to drop $125 on all of these rando pay-per-views. MMA has done a great job, I think, of embracing the fight community. This starts with Art in 1993, and I do love boxing, but when I commentate boxing, it's such a different subculture. I don't see a lot of crossover from boxing to MMA. And again, I say this with love and respect to boxing, but generally speaking, boxing fans, real boxing fans, only pay attention to boxing. Real MMA fans pay attention to MMA, but they pay attention to boxing, BKFC. A regular boxing, regular MMA fan is going to watch maybe a random top-ranked boxing on ESPN, or at least watch the main event. The hardcore boxing fan, outside of maybe Conor McGregor or John Jones or when Ronda Rousey fought, they're just not going to do that. So for whatever reason, MMA to me over the last 30 years has been so inclusive. It's welcomed everybody in. It's been very open-minded. And I just think it's done a great job of targeting those people. Like I said, the version of me 30 years ago who was a boxing fan by default because that was the only fighting I could watch, MMA, led by the UFC, has just done a brilliant job of capturing that audience.
Well, the thing of what it comes down to, what's really interesting is obviously now we're looking about Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. If you haven't seen any of it, watch them on YouTube. They're phenomenal. They're interesting. Is it just a combination of MMA and boxing together? Am I wrong to sum it up so simply? How would you describe it and why people should check it out?
So as we're coming up on the 30th anniversary of UFC 1, which is November 12th, 1993, we just passed the 5th year anniversary of the launch of Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. And they've been doing bare knuckle boxing legally and sanctioned in the United Kingdom for about a decade. But that essentially is bare knuckle boxing. BKFC with David Feldman is bare knuckle fighting. The difference is really the clinch. Chris Lytle, who I think should be in the UFC Hall of Fame, and he's become one of my best friends and is my excellent broadcast partner on BKFC. You know the story. Chris has fights left on his contract. He beat Stan Hardy. He surprises everyone. He literally wanted to spend more time with his family. He retired, comes back at 44 because our buddy Joe Riggs had fought a bare knuckle boxing match in England. And Chris tells the great story. He's like, oh, man, what is Joe doing? What's wrong with our friend Joe? And then after a round, he's like, man, I got to call Joe after this fight and see how I can get in. Chris got sucked into it. He did one fight in England, and then he did 2 fights in BKFC before he became my commentary partner. Chris talked about when he was in England, it really felt like boxing without gloves. The rule set that David Feldman launched with bare knuckle fighting, which is what BKFC is, it has the active clinch. So if you're a high-level wrestler, a high-level grappler, a brown belt or a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you're able to use those elements. I thought when the sport started and when we commentated BKFC 1 5 years ago, Chris, it was going to be literally that halfway line between boxing and MMA. It's not. It feels like an MMA show. 90, I'm guessing, but I'm saying 95, 96% of our fighters come from MMA rather than straight boxing. Our audience is an MMA crowd. It just has more of the MMA feel. Maybe it goes back to MMA fans have a tendency to be a little more open-minded when it comes to fighting. But with the exception of a few big-name fighters like Paulie Malignaggi, Austin Trout, who was fantastic beating Diego Sanchez earlier this year, Steve Aurelius, who's a Frenchman who lives in Florida, who was a cruiserweight champion for the WBC. We haven't really seen a lot of boxers, and even people who've come in with a good boxing pedigree and had a lot of success, like Reggie Barnett or James Lilly, also have MMA fights as well. So maybe there's the evolution of the sport that in 5 years or 10 years, boxing will be more involved. But right now, BKFC is a lot more like an MMA show. If you don't understand the clinch, if you don't understand overhooks, underhooks, how to hit a half tie plum, a whizzer, a waist cinch, how to pummel, how to dirty box, you're probably not going to find real success in the sport. I was so impressed with Austin Trout in our fighter meeting. He said, man, I've been working with MMA fighters. I've been going to an MMA gym because I know that this isn't just boxing with gloves. We still see boxers, high-level boxers who come in and say, yeah, this is just boxing without gloves. It's not. It's bare-knuckle fighting. And I'm having the time of my life. I've been so fortunate. I mean, pride with being there from Bellator from almost the beginning, doing 5.5 years there. But BKFC is for me, it's just an experience like I've never had. It's a great family. It's a great community. We love working for David Feldman. Lytle's become, as I said, one of my best friends, best broadcast partner I've ever had. And the fights are really fun. 5 2-minute rounds, and they cook.
I guess the question is that in the 5 years, where do you see the business expansion of BKFC right now, and what have you guys learned in 5 years about who you're reaching and how it's going through, and what you have to do to continue to expand that horizon?
I always tell David Feldman, who's the founder and the CEO of BKFC, that he's living Art Davies' life, and the parallels are uncanny. So you think about this, you know, Art is launching a sport that everyone says is disgusting and the downfall of humankind. He goes to Colorado. David Feldman hears the same thing, and he goes to Wyoming. Art Davies' early states were in the South. Dave Feldman's early states were in the South. It took a long time, and it was a long, slow, painstaking, and ardent process to get MMA accepted. You know, people forget MMA wasn't legal professionally in California until the 2000s. That's the same with Missouri. It's the same with my home state of Kansas. It was 2016, I believe, for pro MMA in New York. It's a long time. Again, there's sort of lost to history moments, but you think about this. In 1999, you couldn't have pro MMA in California. It wasn't until the Fertittas bought the UFC from Bob Myrowitz, who had purchased it from Art Davie and Rorion Gracie, that they were able to get the UFC legalized in Nevada. So I see the parallels that BKFC, at first, people are like, oh, this is disgusting. This is awful. And then they see the medical data that it's not any less safe. And in some cases, it's a lot safer than gloved boxing and MMA and Muay Thai and Letway. States are coming on board. We have next month the Association of Boxing Commissions annual convention. The name is a bit antiquated. Association of Boxing Commissions is really the Associations of Combat Sports Commissions. There are 47 of the 50 U.S. states that have athletic commissions. They're all governmental agencies, plus a number of areas in Canada. Some are provincial, some are through their city. There are a number of Native American tribes across the U.S. and Canada. They come together. The body is called the ABC. The annual convention will be putting forth, and I'm happy to be on that committee, the first ever unified rules. Once that happens, then I think you're going to see a lot more states come on board. But even now, you think that we have Florida, we're in Kansas, we're in Wyoming, the fact that we've done New Mexico, more states continue to come on board. It gets normalized. People always fear the unknown. People feared the UFC because they didn't know what it was going to look like. People feared BKFC and bare knuckle fighting. They didn't know what it was going to look like. Now with all the fights out there, it's normalized. And just like we're saying, you're able to watch through a Disney property, the UFC, where 30 years ago Chuck Norris thought he'd be arrested just for showing up. I think that's the exact same ascent of bare knuckle fighting championship.
Do you just feel like, and I'm going to say this to you, it's like you're, of course, been around for a long time following the fight game, but being a commentator for all of these major promotions and doing it on all the different levels, do you just feel like you've got an inside look to this world that most people could never understand?
Yeah, I do. And I don't take that for granted to be part of this community and this culture. Again, I do not take that for granted. It's a small world. You know that, Chris. And so many people who I've worked with on one show, I'll work with on another show. One of the real pleasures for me on BKFC is that I have reunited with so many people who I considered real friends at Bellator, who I didn't know if I would commentate again. People like David Rickles, people like Mike Richmond. That's been fantastic. People who I commentated in other things. I did Mike Perry and Chael Sonnen in Submission Underground, and he's there. People who I idolized as fighters, like my buddy Chris Lytle, like Thiago Alves, like Chris Lieben, Gabriel Gonzaga. I've had a chance to commentate as well. So I don't take any of that for granted. But yeah, it is most definitely an industry. The fight industry, and when you're in it, you understand it's a business. You understand the politics of it, for good and bad. You see all the moving parts and pieces. So as an example. A lot of fans are looking at, wow, I wonder if Bellator is going to get bought. What's happening to that? My thought is, what about my friends who fight for Bellator? And I guess my only friend who still works for Bellator is Big John McCarthy, who came in after me. But I still, like Austin Vanderford, still have friends on that roster, the Pitbull brothers. You have to wonder about that. That, I think, when you work in this industry, is stuff that you see and maybe you pay attention to more than if you're just a fan.
Oh, sure, no denying that. So, interesting fun fact about you is you did some work for the Kansas Athletic Commission back in the day. What do you think about the state of fighting and the rules and the safety of the fighters? And where do you think we are overall? Where have we made progress and where are we still behind?
Yeah, I love that question. So I did 2 terms on the Kansas Athletic Commission, and a lot of people think that I was like running the commission. So every state commission is different. In Kansas, there's the executive director. That's now a woman called Alejandra Prieta, who does a fantastic job. My buddy Adam Rohrbach had that for 8 years before. He now works for us at BKFC. But then there are 5 governor-appointed commissioners. Now, I'll say this. Governor Kelly has no idea who I am. There's an appointment secretary. There's a lot of commissions in Kansas. So there's the Healing Arts. There's Native American Affairs. There's business development. So I was appointed by a Republican, and then I was appointed by a Democrat. So I kept my politics to myself on that. But being appointed and serving 2 terms on the Kansas Athletic Commission allowed me to really get involved in fighter safety and fairness, which is what I care for a lot. The biggest thing that I would still like to see, and which I think is a major problem, is that we don't have quality control on referees and judges. And so often that's up to the state athletic commission. I'm a big fan of some sort of national training, national licensing. I used to be a soccer commentator in a previous life before I was a fight commentator. And it's not apples to apples, because you can have a governing body in the United States Soccer Federation, whereas every state has their own autonomy. The ABC is a collective, but they don't have federal mandates or federal authorities beyond ID cards. Even suspensions. People don't really understand this, even fighters. There's no such thing as a national suspension. States usually and commissions honor a suspension. There's no such thing as a national suspension. It does not exist. So it's tough to get things through at a national level, but I would still love to see through the ABC and the commissions come together and have some sort of tier program like I saw with the United States Soccer Federation. So there are tiers of referees and assistant referees and fourth officials have that. So whether you're in Missouri or you're in New Hampshire or you're in California, maybe you have an A license or a B license or a C license or a D license, or you've had the complete training. Because I would look at from the regulatory side is it's really only about 2 things in this order: fighter safety and fighter fairness. That's really all we're talking about here. So many people get into, well, I want to be the matchmaker. They must be frustrated promoters. I don't know about this 6-1 guy facing this 3-3 guy. You see fights get killed by that. I hate that. I also don't think a commission should ever think that they're the arbiter of taste or good taste or bad taste. It's fighter safety and fighter fairness. Within those parameters, why should you be penalized as a fighter because you happen to be in a state that doesn't have a great athletic commission, and maybe their MMA referee is somebody who's a lifelong boxing guy who's never grappled or doesn't understand, or maybe their boxing judge is somebody's husband who gave money to a governor and they got on board, or they're somebody's next door neighbor. That's not right to me. That's the next step that I would like to see, but I'm still not sure how that's really done because, again, there's no federal mandate. There's no federal authority.
Do you think there could ever be one?
You know what? It would literally would take an act of Congress. You would literally have to have a presidential administration want to basically appoint like a fight czar. And then say we're going to take that in. But then it gets into these issues of states' rights and things like that. But fighters don't even understand this or are aware of this, is that you're fighting almost in a different country. So, for instance, I live in a Kansas City suburb called Shawnee, where I'm speaking to you from. I'm about 15 minutes from the state line. There are fights in Missouri. There are fights in Kansas. Two different rule sets are being used specifically on the grounded fighter. Different referees. There's some crossover, not much. The judges, there's no crossover. Fighters sometimes are like, well, am I fighting in Missouri or Kansas? They don't even think about that because it's one city with the state line. But your results can be vastly different depending on what state you're in terms of who your referee, in terms of who your judges are, in terms of if there are inspectors, in terms of what's the training of this doctor. Is it a real fight physician? Or was this somebody's neighbor who's a general practitioner who's retired and has never been to a fight in their life and hasn't sutured since they were in med school? I would love to see that done, but again, it gets into a states' rights issue, and it would literally take an act of Congress led by a president of the United States to say we need some sort of national fighting commission.
Well, it's getting bigger and bigger every year, the fight world is. Just in closing, Sean, we're going to have you back a bunch of times because it's just so much fun talking with you about fighting and the state of fighting today and all those kinds of things. And what else is going on with you that we haven't discussed in these last 27 minutes almost?
Well, Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship continues to roll, and I'll plug BKFC. I would say that there were a lot of prejudgments on what the fights would look like, but we're through 5 fights or 5 years, so I was trying to do the math. I think we're somewhere around 900 or 1,000 fights. I would say if you're an MMA fan, you will love it, and if you're just a boxing fan, give it a chance, and I think you will come to love it. It's fast. It's really fun. With that said, I still commentate MMA. I still commentate boxing. I do everything else. That's just my number one show by the volume and the scope of how big that is. But like earlier this year, I got to do the Roy Jones Jr. versus Anthony Pettis card for Gamebred, which was a lot of fun. I'm just out there plugging. I love doing fights. If I'm not commentating, there's a good chance I'm at a house show in Kansas or Missouri, just watching, just trying to support the sport. I will plug my book if that's all right. The book,
of course,
which is
you're
called
absolutely allowed to.
Thank you. Is This Legal? The Inside Story of the First UFC from the Man Who Created It, written by Art Davey and myself. You can find it on Amazon. I will tell you that we have the better price. Art and I have some personal inventory. I think we have it up for an autographed copy for $15 or $20. It's a lot more expensive at Barnes & Noble or Amazon. It's isthislegalthebook.com, isthislegalthebook.com. You can get an autographed copy just with Art and me, or not an autographed copy. Again, there's not a lot of money in book publishing, so it's not a hustle to get that 50 or 60 cent commission. If anybody is interested in really how the UFC began, what the climate, the culture was like in the United States in the late 80s and early 90s, and how it pertained to martial arts and fighting, then I would hope that that's the book for you. But it's a true story. I didn't let Art get away with any fabrications. I had a lot of verification in that, including from Big John McCarthy, who was there from the beginning as a student at the Gracie Academy alongside Art Davey. So the book's 8 years old now, and professionally, that's the thing I'm most proud of.
Oh, there's no denying it's a phenomenal book, and you and Art are both great for many different reasons. So,
thank you.
In closing, fight commentator for the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship, Sean Wheelock, and a former referee, and is announced for every single major fighting organization there basically is on earth. Thank you so much for joining us on CYInterview today.
Chris, my pleasure, man. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. No, I want to say thanks to you, man. You're always a great supporter of mine, and I appreciate what you do for the fight community. Happy to be on with you anytime.
Thank you for watching today's CYInterview segment from Las Vegas. Please hit the like button and please hit the subscribe button to be updated on all future CYInterview content from Las Vegas and beyond. I'm Chris Shandek. Today on CYInterview, we have the great privilege of having the one, the only Las Vegas-based singer, Skye D. Miles, is on with us tonight on CYInterview, a woman who has made her name in Las Vegas and the entertainment capital of the world for more than a decade, and of course made her name in many other cities across the United States of America, but she makes her home here in Las Vegas. Skye, it is so fun to always talk with you and interact with you. Thanks for being on CYInterview tonight. How are you?
I'm good. Can other people see us?
No, this is a recording. They'll see us later, basically.
Good. Okay.
So, of course, they're gonna see us.
I have bags under my. Well, yeah, I know. I saw the live. Okay. Hi, Chris.
They can't see us yet, but they will see us soon when I put this up on YouTube. Okay. So to begin, just as a quick question, I think so much about your career and your life. And so many of your fellow entertainers in Las Vegas just have so many nice things to say about you, of course, including Mecca, who we had on a couple of weeks ago on this. Mecca. She's wonderful. And there's so many others that have said wonderful things about you over the years I've seen on social media and beyond. So my question is that, it's one thing to be able to sing a song and perform, which you do quite well, but you have this ability to connect with people, and not all entertainers have that ability. Where does that come from?
I think it comes from, I think it's a gift from God. I think it's part of my purpose. I didn't know what to call it at one time. I remember I was at Beach Bank in Babylon in the show, and I had quit and came back because I was like the third understudy. And I felt like I'm never gonna, be a principal here. Those ladies are so good that I'm the understudy for. And I remember when I came back, my director, Kenny Maslow at the time, told me, you have something very special, unique. You have stage presence. And I thought I didn't really know what that was, even though I was singing, I was, in my early 20s, I didn't really know what that meant. And I didn't know that it wasn't something that everybody had. So it was from that moment I tried to hone in on what that meant. Stage presence. Then what am I doing this for? So if you put those two together, I grew up in the church. It's the greatest teaching lesson, especially the Black church, when it comes to performance and connecting. I used to laugh, like if you didn't make Sister so-and-so's wig fall off, you didn't sing, you weren't connecting to them, It's all a call and response kind of relationship in the church. So I think that I was just born into it in a sense. And as you grow in this business and you mature, you just realize, there's a story to be told. It's not about, can I hit the greatest note? It's not always about that. It's not always about, throw your hands up and party. When you learn that there are people hurting, even if they're partying at the same time that we've all lived that, you can have a tragedy and a joy at the very same time of your life. You begin to tell those stories. So as you learn your audience, I had my first, lounge gig at Tropicana. And so many people would come and say, oh my God, I just survived cancer. I just lost my wife. I just lost my husband. And you touched me. And when I knew that I had a responsibility and that the message of love, and for me, God's love, didn't just mean at church, I started to just build from that. Long answer to a question. So
I think it's a phenomenal answer, and it really says a lot about you. But aside from that, I think then we jump into this part where you've got the talent, you've got the ability to connect to an audience. But I think the thing that people also recognize with you is they recognize this reality that you have just continued to be a staying power in Las Vegas. And tell me about that.
It's interesting. I just had a conversation with one of my girlfriends that I met when I first came to Vegas, and we did Menopause the musical together, which I didn't know what menopause was about then. Too young for that show, but I spent 5 years in it. And she just told me that I needed to take a minute to recognize all my accomplishments and to sit with it, because a lot of times I forget because I'm on to the next thing. And I think we all can be guilty of that at some time. Because, and one thing my mom used to always tell me is, you've done a lot, Skye. You've done a lot. But when you're in it and you're like, I know I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to get to Broadway, or I'm trying to get to the Grammys, or I'm trying to get to the Tonys, or to world domination, whatever that looks like. You miss out on your successes that when you used to just want to be a part of a band and you finally get in the band. Then you want to be a band leader and you finally become the band leader. Then you want your own show and you get different, but you're always thinking it's the next thing that you're working towards instead of being in the thing that you are in. So you're asking me that question at a time when I'm actually reflecting on the staying power. What does that look like? I think a lot of my staying power is I didn't know not to want the things that I wanted. I didn't know the obstacles. Like when I moved to Vegas, I didn't know that there wasn't a Black woman on the Strip. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't know that you couldn't be a big girl. You know, I didn't know that I was too short. I didn't know that enough to let it be an interruption or a distraction. You know, you find out, but I didn't know it. I just started going after what I wanted.
I think, though, for me, it's just that you've had this impressive resume spanning a long period of time. And of course, we look back to your residency at the Palms Midnight Sky recently. And it's just, you're just, again, like as an individual performer, you're doing your own thing. You have these productions, you have these opportunities. You know, you look at the marquee outside and there you are up at the Palms. You know, I live right down the road there at the other end on Spring Mountain Road on Chinatown. And the funny thing, I can tell you this, and this is a funny thing that you probably wouldn't believe, but I would go outside at night to go do something quickly, and you can hear you all the way down the road, literally. And I could hear you, and I really could. And then there would be some nights where maybe I think I was walking home one night from across the street from an event at the Rio, because I live right down the road, and I could hear you, of course, looking above. And I'm like, what is that? Or who is that? I'm like, oh, of course. So, you know, the point is that for me, you know, you were part of my neighborhood here. But to get to the point, the question is that it's just like, I think your fellow artists in town see the confidence that you have, see the abilities that you have, and they see that you're also a businesswoman who is able to get things done. And aside from getting the recognition, you're getting to do the things that you love without apology. And I think that is one reason why people admire you so much here.
Yeah, I'm hearing that. So it's taking me a minute to process what you're saying, because a lot of these things, more and more people are saying it to me. Because when you're doing what you love to do, you're not thinking about all the reasons why you're doing it, even though there have been reasons. Like, I used to come from a place of I had to prove myself. There was a time when you're like, I got to prove that I can do it if I'm a big girl. I have to prove a Black woman can do that. You know, you definitely come from that at some point in your life to show it. But once you've learned that you even prove it to yourself, now I'm not at a place where I feel like I have to prove. I just need to be able to do it. And those who are able to receive it, great. Those who don't, it's okay too. And I'm not where I want to be, but I'm definitely proud of the things that I have accomplished. I'm still learning in the business, because it's not an easy business. It's not an easy business for a woman. You know, it's not an easy business for a Black woman. So, you know, that's just the facts, you know. But you keep going and you find. I remember I used to have a prayer like, God, I want to be able to be called and not have to audition and prove myself. And I remember that happened when I went over to Holly Madison's show. They came to see me, and that was my first time I felt like somebody saw me and wanted me, and I didn't have to prove anything. And I think when you get to a place of knowing you don't have anything to prove, you can spend that extra time on your product, which is yourself and what you're trying
Sure.
to say.
Yeah, and I think from there, taking it to the next part, now I'm going to reflect on something for me personally is when we were at After Dark Brian Newman last July,
Yes.
you come up, I think you came up like after 1 a.m. in the morning
Right.
and sung this unbelievable 10 minutes. And the thing for me was at that moment in time is that there was an event a couple years prior to that I was at where you had shown up, and the minute that you had shown up, everybody had like turned their eyes to you, that like you were in the room, and I knew who you were at that point. I hadn't seen you perform yet, but
Right.
I knew who you were, and I was just like, well, you could just see that you commanded a level of respect among the people in Las Vegas who are in the entertainment scene and other people who work here in the entertainment community. And for me, when I saw that song, for me personally, when you were singing, it resonated with me so much about all the things that had happened leading up to the coronavirus pandemic in March of 2020. To that moment, you had brought out so many feelings and reflections in me that I had not thought about. It was very beautiful, honestly, because as obviously that impacted all of us in so many different ways.
Mm-hmm.
And you just brought out a feeling of me that I really hadn't thought about. And it was tremendous. It was an unbelievable 10-minute performance. And, aside from that, you're going to be going back to New York to work with Brian. What was it like? New York got to borrow you for a night on New Year's Eve. What was that like? And now what is it like to go back to perform with Brian and work with Brian in general? He's just so phenomenal.
It is very exciting because a lot of people don't know that I was actually moving to New York before I moved to Las Vegas. But it was like another day, another interview. But it was like I ended up getting sick, and I lived in California at the time, and I just happened to say, well, I'll go to Vegas because it was close to visit. I was just coming out here to not even visit, a vacation, I guess, because I was on disability and it was like a lot going on. And I fell into a depression after being sick. And so I really ended up being in Vegas because of the medical things. I knew it was time to leave California, but I didn't have the same withal, I guess you can say, to go to New York because I was so down from what had happened from the hospital and everything like that. So I ended up in Las Vegas. I said, I'm going to go out, audition for these shows that are on this list of paper, and I auditioned for Menopause Musical, and I got it.
Yeah.
So I moved to Las Vegas, but my dream had always been Broadway since I was a little girl, So to go and finally do a show in New York where you're invited and a very nice venue, it was surreal. It's a testament that you can have these dreams, these visions, these goals. They may not happen when you think they're going to happen, or they may not even happen in the way that you've seen it happening. But for me, it is happening, because to even be invited back is such an honor. Brian can ask thousands of singers to come and sing with him in New York, and he chose me for New Year's Eve, and he chose me to come back. He's for about 6-8 more dates through the year.
Well, so. I think it's wonderful. Can you just tell us very quickly about the venue before we move on?
Yeah, it's called the Amman. It's the Amman Jazz Club. It's connected to the hotel, the Amman Hotel. So you can look it up on Google. Very, very, posh, very beautiful venue. For New Year's Eve, I had a 10-piece small orchestra, Brian's orchestra, and his wife performed. It was just very cozy, and it's very much like the new venues that are coming to Vegas, the smaller supper clubs that allow you to have the intimate musical relationship with the audience. So,
follow-up question to that. Are you surprised that we're going back to the intimate form of entertainment, or do you think it's just a combination of low production and economics, but also just to make it simpler to have a smaller group of people to work with? Do you think that's what it is, or do you think it's something else?
I think it's maybe it's twofold. For me, because I was with I was with Rose Lab Alive for 7 years, and they started this, 9 years ago. It feels like kind of people are late to it, because I felt Rose Lab Alive really was the beginning of the smaller, kind of immersive, interactive, the new supper clubs, I'll say.
Yeah.
I think that people are doing it probably more for, like you said, the maintenance of it.
I think every resort should have one. I just think it's wonderful that we have them because
I think
all of you guys have more of a
yes.
chance to show yourself individually. But I'm just wondering what the reason is because we've seen over the last like 12 to 18 months, there's just so many of them now.
I know they're
wonderful.
popping up. They're popping up everywhere. I think that people see that there is a connection to feeling cool, feeling like you're a part of a vibe. I always call it being exclusively inclusive. You know,
Intimate entertainment.
Intimate, yes. Intimate entertainment. It's a little bit different than the lounges because it's closed in. It's not so many like the distractions of people walking around and kind of listening and kind of not listening. Here you are there to listen, you know, and that's what I do like. I like to see people, you know, allow the entertainers to be themselves and be authentic and not turn everything into like a party vibe per se, because there's something special, you know. And I think even Brian bringing his show here, I think people were able to see.
Oh, it was amazing.
To see that people want to listen. If you give them that opportunity to come and experience the music, not just enjoy it, they will. I think that what Vegas, maybe what happened is that we dumbed down entertainment because we just wanted this to be like, it's a party town. And sometimes they mix up what you can do with a DJ, what you can do with a band, which is not the same thing. They both have their place here, but there's a human connection that we forget, that people are still people even when they come to Las Vegas, and they're here to escape every emotion, not just party for 4 days and, you know, get sick and forget their trip. You know, they want to have an experience as well. So
I think that goes back to my point of the first question that I asked you at the top of the CY interview is that your ability to understand the human connection with people, which I think is extraordinary, and a few things. So I haven't been there yet. So is this Easy's Club at the Aria? Is this one of these little intimate settings? Is it fair to say?
It's very intimate. I think they hold about 80 people, you know, maybe at one time. I think they can go up to more depending on what kind of event it is. It's very intimate. It's fun. You know, it's sexy. It's cool. It's, you want to, you're sitting close to people. You can say hello to another table, you know. And I'm definitely wanting my nights, because there's different entertainment on the night during the week, to be more of a listening, like that they feel like they walked into like, who's this unknown person? You know, I don't have to be Beyonce to be, you know, somebody to listen to, but oh wow, they come in like, oh, we didn't expect this, you know. And I get that a lot. Even when I was at the Ghost Bar, the Shag Room, people just, sometimes Las Vegas gets a bad rap on the quality that we have here in Las Vegas of entertainment. So sometimes they're just shocked because they're used to like just party bands maybe. So they walk in, they're like, oh my God, I didn't know I was going to have this emotional moment. I did Girls Just Want to Have Fun, where I had like it's like starts off slow and it goes fast. And this woman told me it was the highlight of her hard working day. So you just have to, for me, I go in just to do what I know to do. You know, so I say no to certain gigs because those gigs are not for me. But you learn that along the way, you know. Like, you know, there you might want to put your hands up for a few songs, but now we want to be quiet. We want to be silent. We want to take a moment and just reminisce. Because I live by, if you're not having a memory laughing, crying, or dancing, then I haven't done my job. Those should be the 4 emotions that I evoke at some point of the night.
I do have one objection though. People do know who you are. If you're on a marquee at a major resort like the Palms, people know who you are. And secondly, most people have never been in a Drake or Lil Wayne music video.
Oh, that's true.
What were those experiences like working with first Drake and then Lil Wayne? Tell me about those.
Well, I was with Lil Wayne first. They were looking for a big girl who was funny and who was older. And they left a message for my producer at Menopause Musical. We were like on vacation. There must have been we were off for more days than normal. So we got back and he just happened to get it. And they needed me the next day. But I didn't know it was Lil Wayne at the time. They just said a hip hop video. So I was like, oh my gosh. I don't know. I don't know if I want to be twerking out, like on a video, some unknown rapper, because I didn't know who it was. So I got the message. They're like, can you come by the hotel? And I was like, I'm not coming to a rapper's hotel. But I could tell they were young and they were a little bit more professional people that were on the phone. So I said, okay, I'll come by. So I had to do this whole little audition just to see what I look like on camera. And we did the video the next day. He's very nice. He's very charming. People probably don't know that about him. He chose what, you had to send in looks, and he chose what hair he wanted me to wear. But at the time, because I'd never done a video, I didn't know that I was even a cameo. I'm just thinking, this is one of the girls in the video. And then one other video girls are more popular. She's like, no, you're a cameo. You have a prime role. And it was an experience. But at the time, I didn't have, I still don't have representation. So a lot of things, amazing things that I've been able to do, I wasn't able to bounce off from because of, probably lack of representation as far as management and things like that. But the company that hired me, they did call me for Drake's video, which I didn't know who he was at the time, but Lil Wayne was in that video as well.
Yep.
So, and the Lollipop video was exciting. It was in Vegas. I had to go to LA for the other one. And it was new. They were all new. He was a new artist. So it was a lot of Drake's friends around. So that was really the video shoot. You didn't want to be, whatever you hear about video shoots and hip hop, and I'm was a little older than the rest of the girls. So, but the management team, the video management, they really liked my work. So they were the guys that said, we want this girl. They would always we need Skye here. They would bring me up to be in other parts. Because other guys, they were they just was trying to see what girls they can get. That's all. So, but I love them. I didn't have any clue that the video was going to be as big as it was.
Yeah.
I just went and did a job,
But again, these are things that most people will never have experiences with. And, I think that I'm just going to say to you, Brian Newman, of course, is Lady Gaga's band leader. And hopefully he'll bring Brian Newman After Dark back to the Park MGM, maybe sometime this year. Brian does his best to round up the best entertainment in Las Vegas to show a tighter crowd, like a Best of Las Vegas in one show. Right. So why wouldn't you be there? Why wouldn't Skye get a 10-minute solo? I mean, if you're not there, then it's not the Best of Las Vegas. It's as simple as that.
Well, because the funny thing with Brian, I was supposed to do his show before the pandemic.
Yeah.
And people have referred me, but I think they didn't really know, still know me. I was kind of hidden away at Roosevelt Alive. People have referred, but I hadn't got the call yet to come or do any of those things. So after the pandemic, when I came in, then it was oh, this is Skye. And then we built a relationship from there. And my work proceeded, it proceeded itself, I guess you could say. So,
but it's well deserved, is my point. I'm just trying to say, it's well
Thank
deserved.
You. I had to work on receiving. Compliments and because it's not fake or anything. It's just like it's just something that I think we have to learn to do sometimes. And because it's some of the things are just so authentic for me to do, I think it's just my natural self.
Mhm.
So when people remind me that I touched them, I sometimes forget like, oh, and I was a counselor before. I worked in criminal justice. So I think that's always been a part of me to help other people. And you put that along with music and my spiritual beliefs. It's like you can find any moment to touch somebody, and if I'm not touching them, I just have like an assembly line job. I'm basically doing karaoke. If I'm not here with a purpose, and I'm just doing karaoke. That's how I feel.
I think it's a very well stated point. So we're going to wrap up with two things. First, I'm glad that you're going to get to go back to New York.
Me too.
Who knows who's in the crowd? Maybe there'll be somewhere there for a
Somebody
Broadway
there,
show.
some investors.
Broadway show. You never know.
Never know.
Anything is possible, of course. That's one. And then number two, when are you performing at Easy's Club at the Aria? And where else are you performing currently? And where can they see you in Las Vegas?
I'm at Easy's pretty much scheduled for Saturday nights.
What time does it start?
Yeah, ongoing. Saturday nights at 9 p.m. I do some Fridays, but I'm definitely there on Saturday nights.
Okay.
Easy's at the Aria. It's behind a donut shop. And I have the New York dates with Brian, a few of those this summer. Mm-hmm. And then I'm just working on Midnight Skye, the Boom Boom Room, trying to refresh the show, find another venue for it, or actual, my dream is to a stage production is what my ultimate dream is for Las Vegas. With the Elvis lights that spells Skye. That's my... So I'm working on that, So I'm just finding maybe another place for Midnight Skye to revive. It was a great show. It was a lot of people are asking for it again, and we'll land again somewhere. So now you just need a little woosah anyway. Take a break, recreate, revisualize, and come back out.
Not a lot of individual talents have a production that went as long as it did at the Palm, so you should be very happy with yourself and your efforts. It is a phenomenal show, and also on a side note, it was also off strip, and you had a big crowd the night I was there, and saw other nights where you had big crowds.
We've had a lot of big crowds.
So
we were successful.
So you should be very proud of yourself as always, because again, it's one thing to be part of somebody else's production. It's another thing to have to run the production yourself and orchestrate something that a crowd is going to like, that is going to get good reviews, and is going to have people wanting to see it and come back, which I know many people went to see it multiple times and really enjoyed. You had a packed room. I mean, there was nowhere to sit. People were standing room only.
I know.
So you should be very grateful with yourself.
I am very proud of myself. Sometimes the politics makes you forget that you were successful, but you
have to fight through it. That's what it comes down to.
You're gonna make me cry.
You have to just have the perseverance. And the thing is in closing, this is the last thing I'm going to say to you with show business. It's a rejection industry, so you're going to go for 10 auditions and you're going to get one, but you're only going to remember the one that you got, right? Isn't that the real reflection? And are you surprised you're still here in Las Vegas?
Hadn't thought about it. I'm not really surprised because I'm not finished yet. Like I said, I never had a chance to think about what I was doing. No, because once I realized what I was doing was important, and some of the things I was doing was historical, and some of the things that I was doing, I had to keep doing for all those people that shoulders who I walk on. No, I'm not surprised because I still have something to say and do here in Las Vegas. So no.
I'm going to say in closing, if you like this video, please like it below, and please subscribe for more CYInterview content. And if you're in Las Vegas, look up Miss Skye D. Miles and go see her at Aria and the other great venues she performs. And I hope, when you go back to New York, maybe you will finally at some point get to achieve that dream, being on a Broadway stage. I really hope that happens for you, because I think that would be a wonderful thing. And it just goes to show you that you don't start maybe where you want to start, but it matters about where you finish. I'll leave you with that.
I love that, Chris. Thank you.
You're very welcome. I'm Christian Nick. Today on CYInterview, we welcome singers, cast members of the Soul of Motown, the Las Vegas show here at the Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino, taking place Wednesday through Sunday at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time at the Westgate Cabaret at that great resort. Today we are welcomed by Sean and Brandon Godfrey, two of the singers in the show. Guys, thanks so much for joining us on CYInterview. We enjoyed seeing the show last week. How are you both doing?
Good. Well, how are you this morning?
We're doing very good. So let's just start off with, we'll start with Sean and then Brandon. When did you guys both know that you wanted to be singers? And when did you guys know that you had this singing talent within inside you?
Oh my goodness. I can remember as far back as being 5 years old. I come from a family of all singers. I mean, no one in my family cannot sing. So I was raised in the church and singing in the choir. And at 5 years old, it just developed from there.
Brandon?
Yeah, for me, it was about the same age. My mom, she was in a quartet, and they used to travel around. So I was around so many great singers and great groups, watching them perform in different churches. And I grew up around it, so I always knew that that's what I wanted to do.
How did the Soul of Motown come to be as a Las Vegas show that you guys sing some of the greatest songs in music history, Sean?
Actually, it originated out of Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, at the Grand Majestic Theater. We actually, I started there in 2017. We had the opportunity to, Brandon started in 2018. We had the opportunity to come to the Westgate in actually 17 and 18 to audition for a residency there. And at the end of 19, we actually got the residency, but it originated out of Tennessee.
What is it like, Brandon, to sing these great songs from people like Sam Cooke, Smokey Robinson, The Temptations?
It's amazing when you think about those guys. They came up in an era where they were creating music for a generation of people that they wanted to help pretty much integrate the music industry. And make a sound that was for all people, and so it's great to be able to sing those songs and see how far that music is still moving from that generation and even into the next generation. I mean, because we get audience members, as far as from 92 all the way down to teenagers, young people, they enjoy it just as much. So that music is just, it's never ending as far as generations go. And so it's amazing to see how far that music has come.
It's timeless.
Sean, when the guys aren't on stage, you get to do your own solos with, singing songs from Aretha Franklin and Etta James and Whitney Houston. What does singing those songs mean to you?
Oh my goodness. They are some of the greatest artists that we will ever know. And to be able to represent them in a way that is beautiful, that is powerful, that is strong, that represents them as women is really, really great for me. Aretha Franklin is one of my favorite artists. The ability to belt and sing as strongly as I do came from listening to her growing up in the church, and Whitney Houston, of course, is an icon. So it is amazing to be able to stand out there. It's a lot of pressure, but it's amazing to be able to stand out there and represent them in a way that is good.
It was nice to see all the standing ovations that the crowd gave you both. So, when I think of you both, I think of past CYInterview guests, Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr., who are also married and performed together. So the question is this: we'll start with Brenda. What is it like to perform in a show with your significant other? And how did you guys meet? And how did you guys meet? Was it in the show? I'm guessing somewhere else.
Well, we did. We met doing the show in Tennessee. It's an honor, honestly, to be able to share the stage with your significant other, because you're behind the scenes. We deal with marriage, couple life, but then when you get on stage, we get to be able to whether we're happy that day with each other, or were we angry at each other that day, or we get to use that same passion, to use it on stage and like that. I mean, there are times that with us, we it's marriage life, and so to be able to push each other that way, and be able to use those experiences with certain songs. She might be angry with me one day and sing Aretha Respect like nobody's business. And same point with me. I love my wife. I get to sing my girl, so I get to sing my girl about the person that's in the show with me. So it's amazing to be able to share the stage with your significant other. It really is.
Sean, thoughts on performing with your husband?
There's a chemistry that is unmatched because of the bond and the covenant that we have. Actually, before we even knew that we were going to be a thing, before we started dating or anything, audience members would come up and ask, "Are you all together?" And neither of us had any idea and there was nothing going on. But I guess there was something about us that said that we were predestined to be together. But there is a chemistry that is unmatched on stage because of who we are together. We vibe off of each other. We can feel each other. We know each other in a way that you don't know other people. And I think the love that we have for each other, because Motown music is about love. It's about life. It's about feelings, emotions. It's called the feel-good music. So because we can give that passion as a couple through Motown music, I think it's what sets us apart as cast members of the show. So yeah, I wouldn't want to do it any other way. It's amazing to be able to see him, just even the growth that we've had and that he's had even on stage, and to be able to see the differences from here to there, because we watch each other and we push each other, and I think that personal life adds to the chemistry and the presence that we have when we're on stage. So it's a great thing. We love it. I love it.
There are many shows in Las Vegas. Why should people consider coming to see the Soul of Motown? Brandon first.
I think what sets our show apart is the party atmosphere that it brings, and the atmosphere of this is your home just as well as our home. We're inviting you into our home to get comfortable, take off your shoes, enjoy, get up, dance, sing with us, enjoy this party atmosphere. A lot of people, when they think Motown show, they think impersonations, and we don't do that. We're not impersonators. We are people who love the Motown sound. We love Motown music, and we invite you to enjoy the Motown music with our own interpretation of it. And I think that's what sets us apart. We allow the audience to be involved with every aspect of the show.
Sean?
I mimic what Brandon has said. It is an inviting atmosphere. It's very intimate. Even the cabaret theater is, I mean, you really get what you came for. And I believe because we give our own perceptions of the song, we individualize it, put our own twist on it. That's what makes it different from any other show.
Yeah, there are. We've been to many shows here in Las Vegas. CYInterview has in our time here in Las Vegas, and I'm not going to talk about concerts because concerts is its own separate category, but just ongoing Las Vegas shows like the Soul of Motown. There are not many shows where the audience is asked by the cast members to get up and dance, and you guys really want people to get up and dance and have a good time.
Yeah.
Yes, because it's not really about us, it's about them. And we try to make sure that they know it's about them coming in and letting go of all their stresses and their burdens and everything that they're going through and just be free in the room with us. So that's what sets it apart.
And also that type of music, Motown music, is hard to just sit and watch because Motown music in itself makes you want to get up and dance.
Absolutely.
So why not allow, for that? Why not allow your body to do what it would naturally do when you hear Motown music?
So in closing, thank you both so much for joining us today on CYInterview. Want you to each have anything you'd like to add about the Soul of Motown, your careers, your lives, any reflections first? Sean?
Absolutely. Please go and connect with us on social media. We are at Soul of Motown Vegas on both Instagram and Facebook, TikTok as well. Connect with us, and that's the one thing that I would have to give regarding.
Yeah. Also, just invite people. Come out to the show. It is. I mean, and we're not saying it just because we're in it. It's an amazing show.
Let's have a good time.
And come out. Come party with us. We promise you'll have a good time.
Absolutely.
It's a very, very feel-good show. If you like concert performances, if you like classic music, go see the Soul of Motown at the Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino Wednesday through Sunday at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. Sean and Brandon, thank you so much for joining us on CYInterview today. We appreciate it. And if you like this video, please like it and please subscribe for more CYInterview content. Thank you so much, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
I'm Chris Yannick. Today on CYInterview, we welcome Academy Award-winning cinematographer Sir Roger Deakins. On Thursday, May 11th, at the FAS 44 Gallery, he will be debuting his photography here in Las Vegas. Mr. Deakins, thank you so very much for being on CYInterview. It's really great to have you. How are you this morning?
Sure, good. Yeah, good to be here.
So just to begin, why did you want to bring this exhibit to Las Vegas?
Well, I was asked. No, Michael Frey asked to do it, so that's it, really. Yeah.
What are people going to be able to see at this exhibit that is going to run from May 11th to June 23rd?
They're just very personal photographs I've taken over the years. My wife and I did a book during the pandemic, a book called Byways, published a book of photographs I'd just taken various points in my life. That's all. They're very simple photographs, and that led to a couple of exhibitions. And this is about the 5th exhibition we've done. Yeah, in different places.
And what has the reaction been so far?
It's been very good. I say I'm totally surprised because we just published the book. It was a kind of a personal thing, and I say it was brought about by the pandemic really as much as anything. So I'm not a photographer. I'm a cinematographer. So I don't pretend to be a photographer. These are just my personal doodles, really.
I hear what you're saying on that. You have worked on some of the greatest films of our lifetime, A Beautiful Mind, Fargo, Skyfall. You know, you are one of these people who I feel like has had the experiences that most people will never have in film because you've been involved with so many of all the different genres. What are you most proud of in your career up to this point?
I think pride is an odd thing, really. I've just had I've been very lucky. I had a great career. You know, I say I've been very lucky. I didn't imagine to get where I am when I started out, when I was a kid. I didn't think there was any prospect of having a career like I've had. So, yeah, I mean, proud. I'm just very lucky. I feel very lucky to have had the life I have had and continue to have, frankly.
What do you think makes a great cinematographer?
I don't know. People ask these questions. It's a very hard, a personal kind of way of seeing things, I suppose. I don't know. I mean, cinematography is very much. It's about telling a story with pictures. It's about the script. It's about characters. It's not about just producing pretty pictures. So, I think I'm probably a good storyteller. I'm not a writer, but I do it with images. You know.
Absolutely. Well, the only cinematographer to ever be knighted by Prince Charles, now King Charles III. What was that like last year?
Yeah, it was great. You know, I mean, it was lovely. I mean, the greatest thing about it was, you know, this is all sort of tradition. I don't know really what it means, but I was very flattered about it. But what I take from it is we went to Windsor Castle, and as I was leaving, after having talked to Charles for quite a bit, as I was leaving the room, one of the members of this little orchestra in the corner, one of the members of the orchestra put down his instrument and just sort of clapped and gave me the thumbs up. And I really remember things like that because there's those little moments that they take with you, you know.
Oh, absolutely. There's no denying it. You know, with the exhibit debuting on Thursday, this coming Thursday, May 11th at FAS 44 Gallery, aside from this being here in Las Vegas for the next through June, do you have any memories of Las Vegas, of being here on your own time or personal time through your life?
No, I've been been here a couple of times before, but many years ago when it was a lot smaller. It's expanded no end, doesn't it? I was here doing a couple of films. My wife did a film here, and I came to stay with her for a while. And then I worked with the Coen brothers here on a film.
Oh, wonderful. So looking at all the projects that you've worked on over the years, you know, obviously 2 Oscar wins for Blade Runner 2049, 1917. To be nominated for the Oscars so many times, you must obviously feel very grateful for all of the recognition that you've received. But at the same time, what comes to mind going to the Academy Awards so much?
You know, I look at any awards, the Academy Awards in particular, it's a celebration of movies, really. So, you know, there's lots of winners and there's no losers. I mean, it's just a celebration of film. And what I take away from it is meeting new people or seeing people I might have not seen for a few years, you know, and catching up. It's, yeah, it is a kind of nice celebration of film, you know.
Oh, absolutely. No denying it. And so then looking at that, do you have any favorite moments from any of the films that you've worked on in your career? Is there anything that you ever think about that stands out?
Oh, you know, things pop into your head all the time. You know, I mean, I worked in documentaries for many years before I got into feature films, and you know, experiences in different parts of the world with different people. I mean, come back to you all the time. You know, one of the first features I shot was 1984, and that was the last film that Richard Burton was an actor in, and so I remember working with him. You know, I remember that very clearly. He was a great actor, I thought, and somebody that I'd always admired.
Oh, no denying that in regards. So focusing one more time on the exhibit, what are some of the photography presentations are going to see? What will people, when they walk in, what will they see? What will they, you think, take away from it?
I don't know. They're very personal photographs. People take different things, As I say, they're photographs. I mean, some of the photographs are from like 1970 when I was working as a photographer recording country life in rural Devon in England. And so, photographs are from various places throughout my life. So, what they take away, I don't know.
Understandable. So, in closing, what's upcoming for you in the world of film? What are you working on?
Right now, reading a few scripts, but seeing where things go. Really, it's a bit of an odd time, isn't it? I think the pandemic changed the industry quite a bit, and now there's a writer's strike, so I'm not sure what's happening really.
Understandable. So on Thursday night, May 11th, you'll get a chance to see Sir Roger Deakins at the FAS 44 Gallery here in Las Vegas to go see his photography work. Thank you so much for joining us today on CYInterview. Is there anything you'd like to add in closing?
No, that was great, Chris. Thank you very much.
Thank you for watching today's CYInterview segment from Las Vegas. Please hit the like button and please hit the subscribe button to be updated on all future CYInterview content from Las Vegas and beyond. I'm Chris Yannick. Today on CYInterview, we welcome actor, model, and former college football player Tre Hale. You can currently see him in All-American in that TV series on the CW network, and this coming May 24th, he will be in the Apple TV Plus series Platonic. Tre, thanks so much for joining us on CYInterview today. How are you?
Man, I'm doing great, man. Thank you for having me, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's just begin before we talk about the modeling, the acting, the show business career. What was it like to play at a Division I school playing fullback for UCLA?
Oh man, it was a dream come true, bro. Not only did I get to play at the Division I level, I got to stay in my own backyard, being that I'm from California. Funny story, I actually hated UCLA growing up. I was a big USC guy and said that I would never flip-flop. But USC didn't come talking to me, UCLA did, so crazy how that worked out. Now I'm a diehard Bruin forever. But yeah, man, it was everything. I learned so much about just being a man and growing up, and even things that I now relate to being an actor. I learned playing at that level with all those guys and my amazing coaches. Yeah, it was an invaluable experience for sure.
Well, you do have one positive thing going among others. I mean, there's many positives, but one I could just see offhand. I mean, we look at The Rock, didn't have a professional football career, but became one of the biggest actors in history. So there's a history of people playing football who then end up in acting and then have successful acting careers. So that must be very encouraging.
Yeah, man. And it's funny. I don't even think it's just football. I was just talking to a friend about this the other day. I think kind of just athletics in general. If you're fortunate enough to play sports at a high level, it really transfers over into this entertainment industry as far as just the preparation that goes into it, handling adversity, having thick skin, performing at a high level when all the eyes are on you. Yeah, there's a lot of things that kind of equate with one another that I think would help out any young and aspiring actor in the industry if they were lucky enough to play sports, for sure.
So then moving forward on that, did the modeling come before the acting? Did they both come at the same time? You obviously finish up your college football career. When did you know that those things were going to be something that you were going to pursue?
Yeah, well, acting, I ended up taking theater as a minor towards the tail end of my career at UCLA.
Cool.
I figured out pretty quickly that the NFL probably wasn't going to be a thing. I held on to the dream, kind of like bald men hold on to their hairline, because it's like I didn't want to let it go. But I started to figure out as I got older that it wasn't for me. I started to look around and see the guys that really were into it and very, very good. I wasn't like them. I really utilized football as a means to get an education at a great school. So yeah, I ended up taking a theater class at UCLA with some other teammates just to have fun, honestly. And I was just captivated by the performance of like the thespians in that class, like the kids that were actual theater kids, and just looking at them. And they hated us because they were just like, look at these damn jocks in here just having fun. But I was like the quiet jock on the side, like, wow. But when that kid just did Shakespeare, that was pretty badass. So yeah, when that class left, I ended up taking it up as a minor, which conflicted with my football schedule. So I always give props to my coach, Jim Mora, because he let me come to meetings late for the remainder of the season so I can pursue the theater minor. So yeah, man, that was kind of where that started to unfold. The modeling thing, I was just very, very lucky, to be honest with you. I knew somebody that was looking for a big guy. I was very, very fortunate to go, and I had to learn how to take pictures. I was very awkward at first. I think my initial pose that I ever did was like this, and the company was just like, what are you doing? That's not a thing. You can't do that for modeling. So yeah, there was a learning curve there, but I was very fortunate and blessed. It all worked out.
When did you know that you wanted to be an actor? Was it something at UCLA? Was it prior to that? Like, when did you know that you wanted to be an actor?
I was always obsessed with performance. When I was a kid, I was always like the clown of my family, the one that would do skits. I used to watch all the Austin Powers movies, and I would just recite those verbatim in character as Austin Powers. And I loved the way that made my family feel. I kind of loved being that person for my family. So there was always kind of that bug where I liked entertaining people and performing and becoming different characters. But I think it really, really kind of came to the surface at UCLA in that theater minor, when I was able to really take those courses, step away from the football and just be around, I call them the thespians, but these theater kids that really cared about it and were really passionate about it, and watching them and their processes and how they got into the mindset to perform and studying lines. It was incredible to me. And it was kind of all culminated I had a class where we did a production of Spring Awakening. And it was a whole audition process that we had to do. And I was fortunate enough to get the lead as Melchior. And that was where I really got to dive in and kind of understand, like, oh, this is different, and doing this theater. And theater is much different than film and television acting. And this wasn't even a big theater. This was a class play, something very small. But nonetheless, it was, getting on a stage and doing these scenes live in front of an audience, small or not. And that's where I was really like, it's over. I'm obsessed. I got to figure out a way to do this. And here we are now.
Do you think being a college football player at the highest level at UCLA helped you when you went into your early auditions for things in television, movies, TV? Do you think, hey, football is a rejection industry. Only so many guys make it to the NFL. How many play college? How many make it to the pros? So did that prepare you? Did that make it easier for you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I have a friend that is an actor as well. And I remember when I got into this, he told me, if you can play in front of 70 to 90,000 people, you can do this. And I always thought that was like a funny way of putting it. But when I thought about it, it's like, yeah, what we did in football and going in front of those crowds. And I didn't even play that damn much. Like, I was a special teams guy that was I helped out. But still going out there and doing that in front of those crowds and of course the constant performance aspect of it. When you're playing at that level, you have to go to practice and you need to perform, or your coaches will get on your ass about it. And you have to be able to adapt when your coaches do get on your ass and not get afraid. You know what I'm saying? So that's where it kind of comes, that thick skin and learning how to handle adversity. So yeah, man, I think they really go hand in hand. I'm not in any way a classically trained actor. Like I said, the extent of my training is the theater minor that I took at UCLA. But in comparison to some of these other guys that really go and lock in and do these crazy academies, I'm not like that. But I always say my training, my class was playing football. That's where I learned.
So moving forward now, All-American, one of the most popular TV series of the last how many years? Yeah. Daniel Ezra, Samantha Logan, such a cast of other people who are on this show. What was it like to get this role playing Kai? You're now on the GAU football team alongside Daniel. What does that mean?
Oh man, I mean that was incredible. I was so happy. Me and my reps have always talked about how I need to get a football role because it just makes sense. That one kind of fell into my lap. It was like, oh, wow. And not only that, but it was a position that I'm very familiar with, playing offensive line and playing center. I used to snap all the time in high school and a couple times in college. So, yeah, it was a dream come true, man, to be on a show like that and also get to work with that cast. I've been a fan from afar of Daniel Ezra for a long time, and getting to share scenes with him and play around a little bit was awesome. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. I mean, I've watched every episode of All American and know the entire history of the show. So to see you on there and just be like, oh, we're going to be interviewing someone from that show, great show, just phenomenal show, great show about lessons, one of the best, great football TV show, no denying that. So then, are you going to be back next season? I'm guessing the character will be back, correct?
Yeah, I mean that's the plan as of now. I'm assuming we'll be back there giving snaps to Jordan. It's a lot of fun, man. Especially I get to play a father in the show, which has a little bit of a parallel to my real life. Me and my lady are expecting our first child.
Congratulations!
Thank you so much. So that's been cool. Like I've been telling her, like I'm getting practice on set. Granted, my kid in the show is like 7. It's still like I'm getting a little bit of an understanding working with him all day. It's been really cool.
So moving forward, Platonic, May 24th, Apple TV Plus. There you are with the great Seth Rogen playing Andy.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to say I've had a chance to watch the episodes. Andy's like the supportive friend, but he's going to tell you the truth. What is it like to be Andy in the show alongside Seth Rogen?
Well, being Andy was quite easy at times because he reminded me a lot of myself in real life. There was a lot of things that I read on paper when I first looked at the role where I was like, oh, this is going to be awesome. So I get to go and not even really have to dive into acting. I can just be funny and be the guy that I am with my friends on a daily basis. So that was a huge blessing. Working with Seth is just, I mean, it's still surreal to me. Just saying Seth, like not saying the Rogan, because I feel like I'm on first names basis with him, is insane still to me. And I learned so much from him, as intimidating as it was at first, because you're working with a comedic mastermind, an absolute legend and icon in the industry. Again, getting kind of back to that football thing, I just kind of looked at him like a teammate and like an OG, almost like I was a freshman and he was a 5th-year senior, and getting to ask questions and pick his brain. And he was super cool, as well as the rest of the cast, with not having egos and being super cool with a newcomer like me and making me feel confident to spread my wings and pitch jokes and even improv a little bit. So yeah, man, it still is truly a dream come true. I can't wait for everyone to see it.
So what did you learn from Seth Rogen mentioning that? Like, I mean, obviously one of the great comedic stars of Hollywood, worked with all these great stars like Barbra Streisand, for example, and Guilt Trip. Like, what did you learn from him?
Do nothing. That's funny. That's a piece of advice that he gave me. He certainly wasn't telling me to do nothing, but when we had first started, I found it, Platonic was my first comedic undertaking. And it's not even just doing comedy. You're doing comedy with, in my opinion, some of the funniest people in the world. And it's not just Seth. Rose Byrne is one of the funniest people in the world. Nick Stoller is so funny and amazing and writing funny things. Francesca DeMonco, it was an all-star team. So yeah, I was definitely in my head a lot, and I found, early on just doing a lot of things and probably doing more than I should have. And I remember him sitting me down and because I had asked him a question of how he felt the scene should go, and he kind of was like, you know what? I remember when I first started, I had this idea where, I wanted to do more and be super present and overly present and react to everything. And an actor that he was working with told him, you just got to do nothing, man. And it's funny because you shouldn't do nothing, obviously, as an actor. There's a lot of things you need to be doing in a scene. But when you really think about that, what it means to just do nothing and be present in a scene and listen, it helped me so much. And it still has. I've taken that with me for the rest of that season. Every audition I've done up to this point, do nothing. That's what I tell myself, which is very funny. It sounds so negative. But yeah, like I said, it changed my acting style.
Got to get outside your head a little bit, because that way you just memorize the lines and it just flows more naturally. So what about Rose Byrne before we move along?
Oh man, I mean, Rose is just, she was, I think, was more impressive to watch at times. They were both incredible. With Rose, I mean, she's just a true chameleon, man. And you're watching someone be so funny and so good at improvising, but also can go, do something like Insidious, and do these drama roles or do a show like Physical that she leads on Apple Plus. So yeah, seeing her kind of be able to turn that on and off and asking her questions about how she did that and how she does that and compartmentalizes, it was amazing. It was truly like a master class of acting. You really got to see two just tyrants going at it, man, and really getting in their bag day in and day out, and having the freedom to have fun with them because of our creators like Stoller and Francesca. You know, like I said, they were so open and everyone was so collaborative. So it really just bred for a lot of cool, creative, random, funny, quirky scenes. Yeah.
Final notes. What should the fans of Apple TV Plus, the people who love new series, what will they take away from Platonic? What should they look forward to?
They should look forward to just laughing. I think that's what I'm so proud of about this show. I think there's a lot of shows out there now that are incredible and exceptional, but they're all very heavy. There's a lot of very heavy undertones that is going through television right now for good reason. And like I said, those shows are great. But I don't think that's really us. I think we're a true, light, funny, sweet show. You know, we're here to make you smile, make you laugh. We have some great characters that are being wacky and ridiculous. And yeah, we're just having a fun, grounded, comedic show. And that's why I said, like, me and my friends talk all the time. I'm so excited for people to just go watch it and just laugh, man. Just laugh. You don't have to overthink it.
Well, if I was going to be a casting agent, how do you not play Fat Joe in a movie about Murder Inc. records or a TV series? I mean, how often do you hear that?
I do get that one a lot. I between Fat Joe, Suge Knight, and DJ Envy. I guess those are like my three doppelgangers. That's funny. If they make that movie, I would gladly lean back on camera to be Fat Joe.
Well, there was a Murder Inc. documentary series a few years ago, so they should have a scripted series, and Tre Hale is going to play Fat Joe. I predict it right now.
Yeah, that's it. Call it manifestation, man. Sure.
It sure will. Okay, so moving forward on that, let's ask you two more. So CYInterview is based here in Las Vegas. Being in California, have you been to Las Vegas in the past? Would you like to come to Las Vegas? Any stories?
Oh yeah, man. I actually, one of my top tattoo artists, my guy that does most of my art is out there in Las Vegas. A Bad Apple Tattoo, DJ Tambe. Look him up. He's incredible. One of the best artists in the world. But yeah, I'm in Vegas all the time, man. I love it out there. I'm normally going out there to get tatted. So there's like a thing where Vegas is kind of synonymous with pain with me. And between tattoos and hangovers, it really is synonymous with pain. But it's a great time. We love it, for sure.
Do you have any like favorite resorts or spots besides the tattoo place you go that you like in town? Like, is there a vibe you enjoy while you're here? Because everyone's different.
Sure. I like to eat a lot when I go to Vegas. I have this Instagram I follow that's like all these just decadent, amazing, really unhealthy foods in Vegas. So every time I go there, I try to hit another one. The one I went to last was this place called Paina Cafe for this poke that was phenomenal. But yeah, I don't really have like a favorite hotel that I could think of. When the times that me and my friends go, I can recall us staying at the Mandalay Bay. And then there's a really good buffet there. And then there's a buffet at the Bellagio. I love a good buffet. Again, I'm a big food guy. So yeah, man, that's really my vibe. I just do the food and tattoos, bro. I don't deal with the gambling stuff. I can't do it.
Yeah, well, there's more, the reality is to each their own who come here in this city. So Tre Hale, Platonic, May 24th, currently on All American on the CW Network. Thanks so much for joining us on CYInterview. Anything you want to add in closing, let people know about you as you continue to rise in Hollywood?
No, man, I appreciate you guys for having me. I hope you guys watch the shows. I hope you enjoy them. And yeah, look forward to more coming soon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chris. Appreciate it.
Thank you for watching today's CYInterview segment from Las Vegas. Please hit the like button and please hit the subscribe button to be updated on all future CYInterview content from Las Vegas and beyond.